All right. Ladies and gentlemen, good to be back here on the Closing Argument. Good to see everybody. Welcome. As you make your way on the Closing Argument, we ask that you just share the show. Welcome everybody. We've been having a lot of fascinating conversation in the last few days. Our other panelists will be joining us shortly as we move on. We're gonna have a couple of uh, stuff going on here tonight. Our first segment is we're gonna try to bring on the Gayflor family, and our goal here tonight is to try to help the family in any way we can financially, as they have been going through some challenges and a lot. They will share with us. In fact, our other panelists who are familiar with the story will be joining us to talk about this. In fact, Tomalin is in the back, but we ask you to share if you're joining us by YouTube and other. We ask you to share so that the first 1 hour of today's show we want to dedicate it to the Gayflor family and see how we can raise some funds to help the family in some ways. If you're just joining us by radio, we will give you two ways that you can donate in Liberia and in the U.S. We're going to give you information in ways that you can donate here. U.S. guys, we'll also put up the TCL cash app that we ask you to contribute as well to that. We'll ask you to contribute. But tonight, yeah. So as you make your way, welcome everybody. In fact, tonight, uh, one of our reporter is at the presidential banquet hosted for the media presidential banquet. So we applaud the executive mansion for recognizing the TCA and inviting them. St. Tomalin George has been the backbone behind this. He had worked tirelessly to see that we make way, that we have a place at the executive mansion while we can uh, uh, while we can while they until we get accredited. So we applaud the first step that we were given the opportunity to have that. It's very very much encouraging, very much encouraging. So guys, we like to really welcome you. There's a lot going on in Liberia. I think you guys are behind. We did talk about the auditor that died, so I don't know why you, Emmanuel Tier, welcome. But Emmanuel, we have touched on that as well. We have touched on that, and there's a couple of things that are going on. The Supreme Court have not yet come up with any plan on what they're going to do in regards to when they're going to come up with the final ruling on this build of information. So, welcoming into the closing acumen, if you're just making your way, we ask that you just share this. We're looking forward to having a very, very, very great show tonight. Great show tonight. The Gayflor family will be with us the first half of this show. If you guys could just take this down and then also add the TCA, so you can say USA and Liberia, two ways to donate. But we want to see how we can be a help to this family today. Do you guys know the TCA cash app is $ TCA 2500 $TCA 2500. So guys, as you make your way, share the show. We have a lot of people watching on StreamYard at the moment. I mean on YouTube. So we would like to welcome you. We'd like to welcome everybody. Others are joining. I see Timothy is in the back. I see Mr. Gilman in the back. So they will be coming on. But for the first segment of the show today is dedicated to the Gayflor family. So Timothy, and others who are familiar with the, uh, the situation will come and talk about it while we ask you to be to be generous, guys, so we can help this family. If we want to raise some money, my goal here is to raise thousand or more dollars, but the minimum of $1,000 to help this family. So, guys, welcome, Mr. Jerome Gilman from the Sunshine City of Florida, the home of the NFL National Basketball Champions, the
That's right.
Grizzlies of Florida. Welcome and welcome, Chief Tomalin George. We are very honored, as I say today, that the TCA has come thus far, and we received an invite today from the executive mansion that our press uh, man can attend the dinner being hosted by President Joseph Waka for the press. So that's very good. We have come a long way, and we are still trying to make it. So welcome, guys, and come, you're welcome, and guys, give your opening statement, man.
Oh, it's good to be back on the closing argument. It's good. Okay, good to be back on the closing argument. Good to see Mr. Gaiman. Good to see Hamed Fofana, Siddiqui, the great Diggy of Africa. Hey, the great CDC. Yeah. CDC. The history of CDC has been written. These are the people that we'll talk about. The first, long before coach you were picking, man, and you're still looking at the fence. But the man who was the first national youth league chairman of CDC. Now today he's one of the vice chairman of the CDC. The man on the National Executive Committee, the big boss there. now I carry us down. These are serious. These are the men there with the good men there. But anyway, good to see everybody, man. Yes, the people that was saying the Gayflor family, with the cases, the issue about the case was that my science Soso, an employee from the Ministry of Finance, I think the Peabody can play that video again. Uh, he hit this young man hit him in the face and he dropped. And people, this thing happened since last year, but because the man had nobody to talk for him, he wasn't a big person until he came across us. And then Myean did an interview with him, and immediately everybody took it, and the government got involved now, and they suspended him. And Martin Colley and others got lawyers, team of lawyers who took the case up. Now the only hold up now is the medical report and to go for a medical examination and so forth. They were trying to just help them and to get them to the hospital so they can get a the examination and a medical reports so that we can get them going. So they can get a case going. So the lawyers are ready. The lawyers are doing it for them free of charge. So we promised them, and they came here, Mr. Gaiman and Pewee transported them home, and we told them that we're going to find a time to find the medical bills for them, help them with the medical bills. So that's why I'm giving them this time, at least for anybody. And let me just also say the TCA, is not being as people lie. People used to lie about us. Say we're supported by George. We are supported by Twe, and it was supported by Joe. Joe still be supporting us, but now because Joe is now he now a poor man. He be supporting us still, but all that or just lie. But we struggling on our own. Everything you see happening in the TCA is just from our own pockets, and also our viewers, our members, our supporters, fans who watch this program comes in and help us. Right now we got pressing issues on us. It's now we've been trying to figure all day in Nima elections. Our guys will be going to Nima to cover the elections, and to get them there is a big tax. They got to find a place to sleep, find means to eat, find a place to. It'll be there for about a week covering the election, play by play, and it's all cost intensive, And then another one again, the motorbike that somebody gave us a brand new motorbike, and to get a motorbike on the road, we need to register that motorbike. We want to be in accordance with the law. We want to get illegal motorbike on the streets and so forth. So our guys will be in Lima trying to get him there, and so And then, as we all know, we've been trying to get accreditation with the executive mansion, the presidency. Yesterday, the Minister of Information invited us to attend the dinner where our correspondent Maruva is there right now, and by invitation. So he's there. Something is there. I witnessed them a few minutes ago. The president is there too. Well, so trying our best to get it going, but we continue to rely on our loyal supporters, our loyal fans who come every day to watch us and hear from us. Whatever you got, man. It was 5 cents, $5, $10. Just chipping. We would appreciate it. Get this thing get it going. But again, welcome, Mr. Gibman. Welcome, Sidiki, now Sidiki, and Dr. Peabody. But Sidiki going political beer now. What? Sidiki beer now. Sidiki.
Exa beer.
Going political beer.
Exa beer.
Exa beer. National Vice Chairman of the former ruling CDC.
You need to sometimes live up your own history, my man. You are the first chief of protocol founding member of the party, senior and special advisor to the former president. The position you occupy now was the position you occupied many years ago.
He wanted people to know. He undercover boss.
But it's so good. It's all good. Yeah, so that's what happened in the country, man. So, but we here. I see Liberia clearly recognizing. Sidiki, somebody recognizing you.
Yeah, that's
Berenice Moba.
Yeah, Berenice, very strong.
Strong
personality in the entertainment business. She has been a very huge contributor to that sector. How you doing? Great to hear from you.
Yeah, she has.
Well, Bernice, man, we haven't seen Bernice for a while.
Yeah.
This guy's trying to get a PhD right now, so she one of these days to go Liberia and help and mold the minds of young people. She just recently graduated some people from her online program she had. Critical thinking. She had a class for them.
She always wanted to make some contribution and help in Liberia, though.
Yeah.
Well, she has paid that. She's been doing very well in terms of, coming out with different media, promoting different Liberian businesses and things around the world. I mean, in Monrovia and other places. And then organizing the Liberia, was that an image award?
Yes,
with
the Liberia culture and things. She did it. I attended that program.
Yeah.
It was, I think, 2 years ago. Yeah, she did a very good, a rare carpet program, very well organized. But again, people don't want to support. You see, we don't support each other. The problem. I flew all the way from South Carolina to come for that program in Pennsylvania. Everything she was doing her own. But she was doing it money to get it going, but then no support. But that's what we are.
Yeah. Mr. Gilbert, welcome.
Myean, if you're listening, Myean, please put. Aren't you on the radio? Eh?
We are.
We are.
We are.
Okay. Yeah. So Myean. Mr. Gayflor there. This is the man that they hit in the face. Yeah.
Let me see what I can play that video again.
Yes, the incident happened. Yeah. No song. Yes, this Mr. Gayflor in the studio. He's the one who was hit in the face by Mr. Masai and Soso. Yes, hit in the face, and that case was, I could practically say, well, on the water for a long time until this year before we able to came across us, and we flagged the case, and so we flagged the case, and luckily for us, Martin and others got involved and they got lawyers. Now he needs to go hospital for the lawyers when they want the medical report to prove to use it in the court. That's why we're trying to just send him to the hospital and then get him going with the reports. But they are here tonight in the studio. But wherever the case, wherever people, anybody got, you guys watching, help them, please. I know, Bernice, I know it's traumatizing, very traumatizing, but that's the country we live in. If you're nobody, you now recognize, people take advantage of you, your issue is now flagged. People don't, but had it been some well-known person, oh yeah, we are being maybe front page of real newspapers and so forth. But that's the country we are in, and we got to change the country. We can't give up on Liberia. We'll change that country. We'll change that country, and some way we'll change it. We can't keep on like that. But so we're here for the next few minutes, so get them going, so we can to see whatever anybody, but body the stuff down on the this information.
Yeah, I told Myean to add that information for Liberia and the US. He can put the TCA chat there. Uh, TCA 25 $ TCA 2500. You can add it and add the Liberian stuff. I mean, yeah, and the Liberian payment there. People watching who want help, but I want us to be able to help them a little bit. Uh, uh, and so that they can take care of the medical bills. We want to help them definitely, uh, so that they'll be able to take care. So mine, I just put it up on the live feed. You can just okay, good, uh, good. Okay, so guy, yeah, Mr. Gimmer, we haven't heard from you before we talk to them.
Yes,
Anything you
this
want?
is even I, who was not assaulted, I feel terrible just watching this video.
Mm-hmm.
When we talked about the genesis of our civil strife, things like that, when people used to say, "Do you know who I am?"
Right,
I
right.
can basically do anything and get away with it.
Yep, yep.
And today, those who were in that line criticizing people, they were telling the Barabbas of the world, crucify him, crucify him. They are here today assaulting folks. If this was not a modern day where we have cameras around, social media, nobody would have ever noticed or seen this.
Yep.
Just imagine how many Gayflors are out there in Deep Lofa, Bong, Nimba, Basso, River Sets, River G. Nobody's seen. It's like the folks say, if a tree falls in the forest and nobody is there to witness, who knows that a tree falls?
Yeah.
That's what this is. If nobody have caught this thing on camera, and I'm even shocked that the court, after seeing what they saw, which is an assault, to even ask for medical record is an insult.
Yep.
It's an insult. This is an assault caught on tape. What other evidence do you need? You have the culprit, you have the victim, you have it on film, you have witnesses.
Yep.
So if this is the new Liberia, I'd rather go back to the old Liberia.
Yep.
This is not what this new Liberia is all about. The new Liberia is about justice. It's about care. I guess in the hands of Modern Liberty, the scale is supposed to be balanced. We are all equal under the law. And I guess that's what, at least that's what it says on there. That justice is blind. But here we are today, months later, maybe a year later, we are still talking about going to the hospital, bringing medical report after a year. Okay? So I'm going to send my $100 as my help to see this through. So I'm going to send my $100 to Sendwave. Is that Sendwave you want me to send it to?
Yeah, you can if you can send it directly to Sendwave, that would be great. Send it directly to the Myean Sendwave.
Let me get the number here, because sometimes if you don't write it exactly as it is,
you send it to the wrong person.
Yeah, right. So it's Myean.
Yeah.
Myean D Torgbean. Okay, let me send it out. Hopefully.
Yeah.
Good. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, you are out there. We have the Cash App number here. We have the Sendwave. Please send all you have, whatever you have, $10, $25, $50. We all need to chip in. If justice is not cheap, you can't just sit there and say, we need justice, we need justice. You have to have a skin in the game. You got to do something. Some people lay down their lives for this. Some people lost their limbs. Some people lost eyes.
Right.
To get us to where we are.
Thank you, Miss. We just got a $25 from Miss Esther Frederick. And I'm going to personally send mine a $50 myself. But we got a $25 from Miss Esther Frederick. So once we got all of that, I'm just going to hold on it and add up what we got, and then I will send mine. But I personally will give a $50 towards that as well. And well, guys, if you're watching us, we just want to be a blessing. We want to share with these folks. They need to go to the hospital. They were assaulted. Mr. Mr. Gayflor was assaulted, and it took a year to really come up with a case, and we want to just help them in the minimum way. My goal is to raise at least $1,000 or more tonight to be able to help them. So we at the stadium, we're doing what we can, and we encourage you to also give if you can. We want to encourage you if you can do it. We'll appreciate anything you can give. $10, $20, $25, $30, $40, $100, $200. If you can give it, anything you can give, we appreciate it. So we encourage you to do as well. We encourage you exactly. The give, even if you need to send, if you need Zelle information, we'll send you that as well. So we'll appreciate it. But for the first 1 hour of the show, we want to just raise some money to help them, guys. We encourage you to give. This is another side of us when we can talk to politics, but want to help as well people in need. So we encourage you as you make your way, as you share the show, come up. Just give to this special fundraiser. Please give to this very special fundraiser.
And I think as the guys come on, we're going to continue this intermittently to make sure that we reach our goal today, that these folks get to go to the hospital. I don't know what medical record they're looking for after all this, after these months, but there's no more scar on the face, there's no more bruises on the face. I don't know what they're looking for. But somebody please please confirm if we got $100. I sent it already. Is Myean in the studio? Chief Tomalin. Dr. Peabody.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Myean, please confirm. Please confirm the that you received $100. Yes, Nora. We have not heard from the guy we sent to Ghana. We sent a guy to Ghana that we raised some funds for a while ago last year, but we never heard back from him. So Nora. But yeah, let's hear from Mr. and Mrs. Gayflor. What is going on? Myean, please confirm you got that $100, and then I will try to send the $25 from Esther and then $50 from Myean. Can you confirm that you got it? Myean, are you out there? All right, just inbox me, Myean. Yeah, Myean said he received it. Yes, he just hit me up. He got it, Mr. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Gayflor, go ahead.
Aaron T. Gayflor. And
Mr. Aaron T. Gayflor. Yeah.
Yeah. And I want to say thanks to all of you. Martin Qualley, Peabody, everybody, I want to say thank you. Because you're coming to my aid. I want to share tears. I have been dehuman. I cannot see from my right side. The doctor told me that my eye is damaged. But let me tell you something. I saw something today, and my condition, I did not pity it. I saw a fellow today while on my way to the hospital. And this fellow, according to him, he cousins jumped in and beat him. And a big cut on his head. And I sat down on the foundation of a horse. I said, this is what my science society told me. I cried tears. I cried tears. Martin Colley, all of you who are around there and trying for me, oh, you are angels from heaven. But as I speak to you now, you will see results from the hospital. I cannot see with my right eye. And this is where my science also hit me. Well, it has happened. You have come to help me. But I want you to know that all of you are Liberians. This is what's happening here in this country. People beat people at will, all because they are authority in government. Masaya Soso told me so many times that nothing can happen to him. And nobody in government can do anything to him. He can do anything to anybody. Even the street before Masaya Soso us, when people pass in there as if to say he pressed second. I want to thank God that you came to my aid. I want to thank God that you came to my aid. And God will bless you. Thank you.
Wow.
You know, I'm watching the video, and watching the video is so emotional. You know, to see somebody openly assaulting another man and his family is very, very emotional, very, very brutal, inhumane, uncivilized to see somebody behave like that. And nothing was done. Nothing was done to this guy. And it just tells you that it's almost impossible to get justice in the country that we all is from. It's almost impossible. You know, and today this man is having problems, can't see his eyes and everything, you know. So it saddens me, guys. It saddens me. But, you know, again, as I said, if you guys, we want to just help them. We want to help them. They ought to go and get the medical, because they are waiting for medical report and other thing. So, guys, if you want to help, we have Cash App. If you want to send wave to Liberia, you can just send it. Let's help them. I mean, just our way of helping and giving back. Others have stepped in, and you know, hopefully justice will come to him. But at this moment, we just want to be able to help. We just want to be able to give back and help them. You know, so we at the moment we are at $175. If anybody want to help, just help. I mean, you know, nothing will come to us. We send it directly to Liberia so that we can be able to help them and, you know, help them go to hospital. But it's very inhumane to look at that picture. It's depressing, you know, very depressing to see a photo of another person assaulting uh, because of power of what he is in government. Like Mr. Gilman said, "Well, you know who I am." Those nonsense that happen, and people use it to take advantage of other people. You know, because you got the power in government, so you can be abusive to the citizen. You know, so guys, we ask you, do your best you can. Uh, uh, we want to raise some help, and then from there we will go into our show. So we're looking forward to you helping. All right. You know.
Yeah, Dr. Peabody, somebody was asking about the fundraiser that was done for the gentleman that was sent to Ghana.
Yeah, we did it.
The objective of this fundraiser is not that they are compelled to come back. That is not the objective. The objective is to do good. And if he or she comes back, that's fine. But it is not a requirement.
Yeah.
Just like, you know, here we go again. I'm going to defer to Dr. Peabody. The lepers that came to Jesus for healing, how many of them that came back? Dr. Peabody, that story there, I know you know about it. Can you bless us? I know Prince Johnson preached a little bit when he was alive, but you who are close with that, the folks are supposed to know that when we do these things, it's not for you to come back You are not compelled. If you come back, fine, to say thank you, but you are not compelled. We didn't do it for you to come and say thank you. No. You're doing this from the bottom of your heart.
Right.
You are hoping that you will be blessed too.
Yeah.
Okay, at some point in your life, you may not need $100, you may not need $1,000, but you may need help in different other ways, and the blessing comes in different forms. Let me leave that with you, Doc, about
And
the
you know,
lepers.
Mr. Gibbon, it's my way. Technically, it's my way of doing that, and I get so much in return. I've learned to just give, and I get so much in return until sometimes I get overwhelmed. I don't even believe where it comes from, because even the work that I do in Liberia, I mean, sometimes my budget is like 10, 15, 20,000. And I have never gone a year without getting the funds to do work. I've never gone. It always comes in different ways. And people all through the year, I have people who will donate. And when I look back, I think, because you know what? It's what I do. I gave a lot to people, help a lot of people, a lot in different ways. So I want us to be focused on helping this guy. Those guys that Jesus blessed, those one he gave the talents. You ever heard of the story of the talents that Jesus blessed? He gave different talent. And how many of them came back? How many of them utilized that gift that God gave them? Some took it and went away and did different things. And the one that came back, God told him to look, you will be blessed. You faithful, you came back. The other one he condemned them and told them to get away. So let's just help this brother. For me, when I gave unconditionally. I don't whether you come back, you don't come back, I don't care. But when I decided to do it, I decided to do it, and that's why I would do it. So yeah. So if you're watching, you want to give, go to TCA. Our cash I 25 $2500, and then there's also a send wave out there that you can also give to. Let's help the Gayflor family. With the Gayflor almost blind, he need help from us, and we definitely can do it. We have done it here many times, helping people, giving. I remember when we were on Spawn, we sent people to India to do surgery and do different things, to raise money. Many years ago, I brought a young man to the U.S. who did a major surgery, and hopefully we're getting him to do another surgery soon. So, we can do this. We can help this man. So, let's give if you can, so that we'll be able to bless him. I mean, for the next 1 hour, we want to be here for another more 30 or 35 minutes, so we can help them. Whatever we can raise or what we can put together to give to them, we definitely would do it. So, I mean, if you donate to our Cash App, we'll just send it right to Liberia. So,
This is a great cause. Mr. Gayflor could be your uncle, your father, your grandfather. This is justice. When you're talking politics, this is part of politics. People who are empowered, when they get elected or they get government job, the number one job description of politicians or appointed folks is public service. You are a servant. You are not the Lord over the land. You are not the Lord over the people. So when you take advantage of folks, this is why I like this platform. And I will read this poem. It was written by Emma Lazarus in 1883, and I think it's inscribed on the Statue of Liberty. It said, "Give me your tired, your poor, Your hollow mass is yearning to breathe free. This is what we are doing here. This is it. Bring us your poor, your tired, your defenseless, people who cannot talk for themselves. That's what this platform is all about. I understand we go to the well, the same well every day, but it's for a good cause. Drop something in here, help somebody else. I know the weekend coming, we're going to be taking our wives and our girlfriends, our friends to dinner to have a great time. With some of us, they spend $200-300 in one setting. If you could get $25, $50 to save an eye, if you could skip one of those dinners and give $50 to save an eye.
So,
yes, go ahead.
I just wanted to, first of all, sorry, Mr. Gayflor, for the situation. It's really, really heartbroken to see this. I just wanted to go in your mindset a little bit on what happened. So, from what I see in the video, it appears like you are neighbor to this fellow who it appears like you are a neighbor to this fellow who assaulted you. So I just want to know, when this incident happened, did you continue living in that environment? Did you see him again? I mean, what kind of feeling that came to you every time you saw this guy who assaulted you and you live in the community? You couldn't, at the time, was not flagged by the media, nobody knew, and you are going through that pain, seeing him every day. What was it like dealing with it every day? You know, seeing the person who assaulted you walking around freely, nothing happening, nobody talking about it. I mean, what was it like? Can you just give us an idea?
Let me be very frank with you. You have been bad by this time. The darling you see sitting by me. Darling you see sitting by me. You have been frustrated. But if nothing appeared to me before, I told my friend that something appeared to me. He told me, say, stop. Stop. Don't let your wife be frustrated.
Wow.
Forget it. Always solve your problem.
What was that? What was that? Were you at a point where you wanted to do something more? What was that?
Carolina region. Thank you so much for your time.
I want to be frank to you.
Yeah.
I took the decision to
Just a few weeks,
revenge.
Trump administration officials were applauding the arrest of
I
allegedly
took
proposed
the decision to revenge.
Are they now
It would have been more
against that man? That's
than what I saw this morning
today at town hall.
that happened to a gentleman.
Three district members of Congress face tough questions.
And all of us here, even you sitting over there,
On CNN town hall, America
who have
asks
regretted.
tonight at 9.
But it's so good.
Evil can't help people come to
Something told me to stop. It appeared to me. Now when I told my friend, I explained it to him. I told him, say, you don't forget it.
Can somebody mute? Can we mute, please?
Say, don't let anything bother you. Because it was all set.
So has he ever been remorseful in any way, form, or shape since this happening over a year ago? He ever reached out? He ever tried to indicate? I mean,
Be frank to you. I will say to you, if I had taken that revenge, my entire family, my entire friends would have regretted. But it was good that I came down because of that particular thing that appeared to me that morning. I was not going for for night issue. I was going for day issue. I wanted things to be seen. But again, I thought on her on my right hand, sitting on my right hand here. I said, well, thank God. The first thing is that for that man to have automatically, unexpectedly hit me in the face. And you can hear the statements that he made after he did it. Listen to the recording. For me to be sitting here now today, I thank God.
Yeah, I think it was good you took this path because your story has resonated with the nation, and I saw on Myean the TCA. I think different other media, other individual highlighted the situation, and I think it's good. Oftentimes we seek justice and we tend not to react in a way that we regret. It was good you did that. And so that is why we joined the TCF family to call on Liberians who are listening to us today to just patient whatever they can so that at least you can go to get the medical report. Because it's a condition to go to the court, right? You need a report to indicate that something happened to you as a result of the assault to advance the case further, right?
Can you imagine that I was hit and I sat down that long for even going to medical checkup?
Wow.
Nobody looked me to see what happening. And I sat down and pulled those pins in my body. So it's right. Because I accorded him the beauty of life. When he came to build his house, when he bought that land, I stole his materials. I helped him. And everywhere he went discouraged, I encouraged him. My children got vexed with me. Why you can stay home? Every day you to the man's house. I said, no, he was friend. Not knowing it was going to turn this way. He's right. He did it. Obey him.
Well, Pewee,
Yes.
we have
You call me a real man with Pewee.
yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we lamented on this particular issue a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, I can say a few weeks ago, if you will, couple of, I don't know, maybe a month, almost a month ago, and I think for me, the lamentation we have to stop from our end. We just have to force and push this thing. As I listened to Dr. Peabody trying to say here, it's a regrettable situation. It's a terrible thing. It's unthinkable that a grown-up a man, a civilized man, would do said thing in this kind of a age we find ourselves, and one that live in the civilized community for many years, live educated in the most civilized community, if you will, and the community that will hold you accountable for everything you do wrong, and if you don't want to adhere to the rule of law. I think it's quite unfortunate that we will see elderly man here facing this kind of a condition out of the action of someone to own stupidity, someone on reckless attitude and the rest of that. I mean, only a stupid man would do what he did on a serious note, to allow himself to lose your emotional intelligence and break down to the extent that you will hit someone, to the extent that you could even cause him, you could eliminate him permanently. This is quite frankly unfortunate. But having said that, the Peabody stated that the intent of this process is to ensure that we get the woman to the hospital to do the examination, and the target is at least $1,000. Is that correct, Dr. Peabody?
Yeah, it's our goal to at least
Yeah, so
1,000.
listen, that's the line we are being into this process. We will still be talking some things while we await our many supporters, followers to also hit us. We have to help get this thing running. I don't know where are we now. I know we.
We are at $175.
Yeah.
Mr. Goodman donated 100. I donated 50. Somebody, Miss Esther Fredrickson, $25. So we still, and all this money have been wired to Myean. So Myean has in his possession $175 right now. So we just asking you guys if we can do it quickly. Let's do it and help
Yeah,
you
let's do it
guys,
quickly. So
you know.
I will make available 200,
Okay,
and
great.
to that effect, while we wait how the process is gonna move on, and I will
Right.
do ways, and I will send it to you. Then you're gonna I was gonna send it to you before the end of the show.
Yeah, you
And
can
then
send it to Myean if you have SendWave.
okay,
Yeah,
okay,
Myean has a SendWave there.
yeah,
Either way you want to do it, you send it to me, I send it to him, or you send it to him.
yeah. But it's quite unfortunate actually,
Yeah.
and we just have to reach this, and so we cannot. I don't know if where we at we won't have, but we can. I mean, we can see what we can do to raise that, and we can. I think they can do a chemistry of the system of him, and there will be an informed process as to the way the process is going to move, or in court, if you will. It's quite unfortunate. We've trained to be very respectful, and that's part of the reason why traditionally we all got trained. We are traditional people. I come from a deep traditional family. The senior, our elders, we always time to time we have to respect them. No matter what the situation, nothing should push me to respect them to even think of going to hit the person. So this is disgusting. And only unscrupulous elements will get involved into this kind of a despicable act that was committed by a kind of a individual that we didn't expect him to do these things. So it's obviously a wrong thing to do, but we have to find a way forward. And I don't even know the extent of the case now, but if they were to move into, hopefully maybe this coming Monday, what tomorrow is Friday, Monday to get the medical process, maybe around Tuesday we'll get other reports, and then the legal thing would be fully abreast of the situation, and they can take um, decisions in terms of the health records, or how to push the process on to pursue this issue to a conclusive end at the court. I think it will be proper that this kind of an issue. I don't know the full context of the legal suit, because part of it would be, I don't know, it's going for damage, it's going for this, it's going for that. We'll have to see the context of the legal suit. I don't know how the lawyer going to approach that, but yeah, it's have to be done in that kind of line. And also, I don't even know if the lawyer is going to include pain and suffering, because that punch psychologically may have left the woman with a lot of pain and suffering. Even if there's no, we pray that should not be the case. If there's no medical problem from this issue, and that's what we're praying for. I would say to somebody, go on to her, I say, find a parallel, but we will have to deeply focus on this issue about teaching those people that can just do these regular things, go to court for pain and suffering and all those things, so he can be penalized for his nonsensical and unacceptable crap that he got engaged with. So I mean that's just it. So that people will send this and see where we, with what you have and what Myean have, so we can raise this and then call it a day for.
Yeah, technically, I just received $50 from Tomalin. So we should be at about technically 425. So we just need $575 to hit the 1,000 mark. So we encourage people to give. We don't have a lot of time. We'll
Yeah.
talk
So
about.
what I suggest tonight is that we hold on to this. They don't have to come down tomorrow. We can take leave of them for tonight, and then
Okay,
we will try to push this before the
definitely.
show end. We'll just be doing it, and then tomorrow
Yeah,
we can see if we can rally to get
yeah,
the rest of it,
yeah,
and then get it to them by Monday. He can go and do that. So we can take. He can leave now.
It's late
Just
now.
yeah.
do a closing comment and leave, but they can rest assured that trust me, the closing argument will
We
raise
show. Yeah,
by the end of day tomorrow, by the end of
yeah.
show day tomorrow, and other thing that
We'll,
can go
we'll
along
definitely,
like
definitely.
that. Yeah, because I think it's about 10:23 in Monrovia now.
Right.
It's about 6 o'clock here on the thing or so. So yeah, that would be the case.
Yeah. All right. So, yeah. Any last statement, Mr. Gayflor, you can do that, and then definitely by tomorrow we ensure that we get this complete.
Yes. Uh, can I just tell you that I welcome God in my family. So father went and put my son into jail, and there are a lot of things he said that my son did, and he had my son in jail 1 month, 3 weeks. He had my son in jail, and yesterday in the evening, my son called us and told us that he was in front of the prison compound. There was a fellow who went there to set him free, and the only thing he needed was transportation to come home. And so I told my wife, I said, try to get that man here, let him get in front of prison compound. So it may not be that the identical people who took him from jail could do something to him. Now, other people could do something to him. And so try to get him from this. And he came, he slept home last night. We don't know who took him from jail. I want to thank God.
Excellent. Well, um, I read in the paper today that the judge for criminal court A released 117 people from jail for the lack of evidence, and some of these people have been languishing in jail for 6 to 9 years without charges. What kind of country is this, Dr. Peabody? 6 years in jail without charge?
Yeah.
And that's what we live. That's what we live in here.
6 to 9 years. You got all these people in jail without charge. 9 years. Wow.
It's sad. It's very sad for the country. That's Liberia for you. Now tell me how you can get justice in that country. Justice is almost impossible. In some cases, justice is only available for the wealthy and those in power, the powerful. Other than that, the rest will not get justice. You see, simple Supreme Court, simple, non-violent case, simple things. Supreme Court can't even root and say they're practicing law and they're doing all of that. Other people who graduate from the law school, other things can't even talk about these things. They just think it's normal. So, guys, Mr. Gayflor is taking before he takes leave. Want to make sure that we help him. So, if you want to help, the Cash App is out there, and they send wave $10, $20. He got to get to the hospital. He need to do some medical. He needs to get that report to go to the hospital after he was assaulted, and we just took it on to do the best we can. Everybody here, they are people they just love to help. All these guys here, they love to help people. It's not just coming here and talking to politics. But all the people you see on the platform, they are great people. They are giving people. They love to help. I mean, we empathize with you as well. In your situation. But you can rest assured, Mr. Gayflor, we'll try to raise that 1,000 and get it to you, so you can go to hospital. I want to thank you for coming on, and we keep you in our prayers, our thoughts, and our best wishes. Pray that you will find some healing and comfort, and that justice will be served. We want to thank you for coming, Mr. Gayflor. All right, welcome, Mr. Nambwe. Good to see you.
Hey, thank
let
you.
me just say,
I just jumped in
one of
because
our-
I wanted to put him a word before he left, but I'm still getting ready to come on. I've been a little tired of, but I'm gonna chip in. I wanted to make sure I did that, and to also lend my support to the cause. I think it's a worthy cause. So thank you guys so much for doing this. I didn't want Jerome to think I ran away, so I thought to come in before they left the stage.
Chief Tomalin, you see how they got treated? You see how they
Jerry is the current champion, so be careful.
Why you keep attacking the boss man?
Be careful how you talk to your champion.
Mr. Gayflor, they don't let champion. I'm a champion. They don't let Bassa people. We champion. Go ahead.
Yes. So I wanted to chip in quickly, and then I will get over and come back in. So we're using the cash out $ TCA 2,500 as a cash out handle.
Yes.
Yeah.
2500.
Okay. All right. I'll do that now, and then I will join you guys in a moment.
Thank you very much for the contribution.
Right.
No worries. See you guys soon.
Buddy, I'll send you another 50. One of our Sierra Leonean brother, Olalu's in the team, and he just sent $50.
Okay.
Just sent it. I'm about to send it to you. He watching the show.
Okay.
He just sent $50.
And then I'll send everything over to my.
Olalu's, thank you so much. He has his own entertainment in New Jersey. They have a whole setup. I was there the other day hosting one of his live host one of his program. It's international. He got a whole modern studio. Yeah, so
good.
So we're there. He just sent us $50 to help. Yeah, you got it, Peabody?
Awesome. Yeah.
You got it?
Yes, I do. I do have it. Have it. So
thank you so much. Washington, thank you so much. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much.
And guys, please keep sending it in. As we go on to the end of the show and tomorrow, please keep sending it in. Mr. Gayflor need to get his eyesight back. We want to do all we can. Thank you very much. I know it's late over there. Make sure you get home safely.
Thank you, Mr. Nambwe. Mr. Nambwe also sent us $50. Thank you very much for your contribution. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sending another 50 from my wife, the Yellow VP. She's asking me to send another 50, so that's
you are in the house. You are in the house.
That'll be 100. Thank you for your contribution.
No worries.
You are in the house. After they endorse somebody, they try to kind of make good. Right.
You want me in politics? But listen, is Eula really stay powerful like before?
Nah.
Oh, come on now. You see Nambwe here that you say they're still powerful. They're more powerful now.
I think Eula is a bit of a notch.
The question I'm asking is intentional, yeah, right? Because
I know it is.
I've been heard of Eula. Now, the way Eula used to be, and I'm saying that deliberately, and I'm not saying that to spark our issue here, and maybe before Mr. Nambi started making some disclaimer here, because yeah. But Eula, the days of the legs of Charles Taylor, but I'm still even those people were in exile at the time. Eula was very forceful and very powerful, and I agree. Eula have done some wonderful things, right, in terms of the organization pattern of Liberia here in the U.S. and the rest of that, and other places back home. The last time I saw Eula's strength, and I was really admired about that, was 2022 March. Was it 2022 March when they inaugurated the president? Is it Kamara?
Yes, you're right, Vesto.
Yeah, the reason I'm saying the strength because the tenor was very huge. It was the time the former Minister of State served as the keynote speaker, and I think
Right.
I was part of that entourage that went to Philadelphia to witness that process. It was a very huge turnout.
Yeah.
And that was the last time I saw Yuda's strength, actually. And ever since then, have there been any elections?
Yes. This current leadership is the one that succeeded Mr. Kamara.
Okay.
Unfortunately, not without controversy. Uh, we ended up in court.
Oh Lord.
Yes, but
And you see the reason why I asked the question, right? And I want to
yeah.
tell someone to see. That's why I asked it. Go ahead, please. Go ahead, Chief.
Don't
Yes. So when we
don't listen to Pewee. Pewee is a spy. He had to pick your mouth.
No,
so that's okay. That's
listen,
okay. We gather in Philadelphia.
The old progressive, the new progressive, we are intertwined, right?
Aha.
So I can be spy on the old progressive.
And Shu and I will go back probably over 40 years. We both were in Tottenham School together, Mr. Kamara.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, so we're still friends. I regard him my friend.
Why he didn't want to relinquish power?
No. Why you didn't enter in court?
Well, I wouldn't go as far as saying that.
He want Alan Mugabe?
I wouldn't go as far as saying that, but I tell you this: when we gather in Philadelphia,
but I come in another way. You are progressive. You don't bend, right? He didn't want to relinquish powers.
He did not. They ended in court. That's it. They ended in court.
He tried to be politically correct.
I don't want you to be diplomatically correct here.
I'll try not to be politically correct.
Okay.
So there were questions with the delegate accreditation process.
Okay.
And that just got increasingly complicated. So the short side of that story is that the assembly was canceled because elections were not possible. So then there was a matter between the board and also Mr. Kamara. And so the whole thing ended up in court, and then the court also got to hear the complaints as to why the delegate accreditation, had the issue. So they set a date, which was March of last year, and elections were held, and I think the results were declared on April 30th. I believe April 30th it was. But yes, this current leadership of Mohammed S.G. Keita is the current leadership. My wife was vice president, secretary, Mr. Kamara's, and so she's the current vice president for Keita. But
okay.
So you are right. It is obvious that the union is suffering a trust deficit. I think we need to do a lot. We had hoped that we'll be able to bridge this gap between Mr. Kamara and us. Some of it is happening, but it is not at a level I would have appreciated it to be. And I would take the blame as well. Out of the blame, there's equal blame to go around on all sides.
Is there a way that we can contact both sides to appear on to see how we can find a cooling point here? And in terms of mitigating and trying to allow UDA to regain strength, because UDA is a very significant organization.
Absolutely.
Us back in the days before we started advocacy deeply back in the country, it was through the trend of UDA. UDA been very powerful and firm in terms of doing a lot of things back home and here. So I think it's about time that we can move both teams to come back here. The issue is not to shift blame, but to find where we can find the cooling point and extract some of the balance and see how.
I think that would be great if we can happen because we're stronger together. So I would encourage that. Let's. I think
and a few other questions I wanted to ask about that issue. I don't know if it's because I don't. Roman be on circulating about that. The 100,000 the government committed, did you receive that money?
I know Shew had told me he did not. They did not. and I'll be honest with him. I have no documentation that they did, and for all that I know, I don't think they did. If they did, I think she would have told me. So I will go by what he told me to say no, they did not get that money. But Shehu did go to Monrovia after the elections, and he spent quite a bit of time. I think if you recall, it was in the media. He established a sister relationship with the city of Painesville to see if the union could get involved in helping to clean that city. So I don't think he was able to get. I don't know if he made any effort to see the minister, but I know when he got back, he indicated to me that the union did not get that money, and so I'm going to go by what he told me.
Okay.
Well, I thought government is continuing to Minister McGinn made that pledge. So why?
Exactly the reason why I asked.
Because so why did the government? It's on the books. So you guys go and go after the money.
No, you can't.
That pledge,
you can't say that to any government. No.
Why?
Yes, it.
Why?
If it was.
Peabody was out there.
Let me be very honest, right? McGinn's a big brother that I do respect a lot. I got a lot of respect for him. Okay. And I respect him a lot. But here's the mistake. It was a pledge coming from the Minister of State. He said at the time, we'll make sure this will come, but it was not legislated, right? So for government to be held liable to pay the debt of a past regime, that would have to be legal, and the legal means through Article 34 of our Constitution. Right? If it was budgeted for, okay, we're going to put, because that was a debate when he struck this. So McGinn said this out of the fee of the 10th of that night in Philadelphia. It was a huge turnout, right? You had other state Congress people and all congressional people attended that.
We're there. People and I were there.
Yeah, so it was not legislated. That was a debate thereafter. Government's committing 100,000. What do you mean? I mean, Yuda herself, was a little skeptical. As to the people felt that government was going down to Myean. I mean, it was a political process that Yuda.
It got very controversial. You're right.
Yeah, Yuda was trying to engage in a more tender way and the rest of that. So this government cannot pay that because there was nothing legal about it. To be frank, it was just a statement coming from the Minister of State that we're going to do this and we're going to do that, but it was not legislated. So no, you can't hold this government to the fire for that.
And I think he thought that he was going to. They were going to get another 6 years, I think.
Yeah, and unfortunately, he said that August of that same year, he got sanctioned.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, so it was March. He made a statement, and August the sanction came. So basically, he couldn't have the time to. But his thought process was to put that in the national budget the following year.
He actually did express that at the program.
It's going to be in the national budget. Then I mean, every other year, you will get an amount of 100,000 from the Liberia government. Incrementally, are going to be moving forward until.
But Pewee, why these people don't learn? Why the new man just came out this time and endorsed this other administration? What's going on with these people?
And you should not be endorsing regime.
I mean, they don't learn anything.
No, he did not. No, he did not. And Jerome knows better. No, he did not.
There you go.
UDA is not. UDA is an advocacy institution.
The official version is he did not.
Chief Tomalin, you were there. Yeah.
No. I will listen to the special, the technical assistant to the vice president.
That's right.
But while we're on the topic, let me plug in a shameless plug. This April, we'll be in Monrovia. The union is undertaking a project to build a multi-purpose building, and so we're going to go there to break grounds.
You mean Eula?
Eula, yes.
So what's your role in Eula?
You say he's a technician.
No, that's the position I give him. That's my preferred. I want to know his proper role.
So I am the diaspora affairs coordinator.
That cool? Okay.
Yes, and I work in the vice president office, and the vice president happens to be my wife.
Is that not conflict of interest or nepotism?
No, it's not conflict.
We make sure to do all the research.
Okay.
But that is mine. That is
No,
mine.
don't mind me. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I know. I was a campaign manager for the team, and so I thought I should,
Is that
advise.
is a pro bono service?
Yeah, actually, how these things are, Sylvester. Actually, they take more money out of you than you get it. So so we're going to do that. The president is very passionate about this project. He wants it to contain all kinds of stuff, including after-school program, library, possibly an urgent care. There's a whole lot. A commercial. A bank and all of that. So it's a pretty elaborate project. Yeah. So we're going to break grounds for that, and hopefully that should happen on the weekend of April 27th. So we have an event.
So that means you'll be in Liberia this month.
In 2 weeks.
I'll be leaving. Yeah, I'll be leaving shortly. I might be able to join. I might be joining you guys from Monrovia when I do. So, God willing, I leave here next week. So, yeah.
Great.
Are you on the East Coast? Mr. Number, you on the East Coast?
I'm in Jersey. Yes, I'm on the East Coast.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't want you to tell me your location, but what part of Jersey are you at, Mr. Dangwe?
I'm in Atlantic City.
Oh, you're Atlantic City. Okay.
I'm in Atlantic City. Yeah.
All right.
And Pewee, where you at? You in Benjamin?
Yeah. I ain't Solo District.
In Benjamin, Miami.
Yeah, where the ambassador say, I'm in the jungle somewhere.
Why he Accra?
Yeah, in the bag is Accra Hilton.
That Peabody man.
Yeah. Dr. Peabody, where are you? Are you in
Peabody?
I'm in PA. I'm in Ben Sanvee, PA.
Okay.
Your man Peabody, your man in hotel Accra, he's in the forest.
He's in the forest. And then in the bag is it Accra Hilton. In the bag
Sylvester, you on the East Coast or you in?
Yeah. I'm just next to you.
Okay, cool.
You in Jersey too?
I know Tomalin is on the East Coast too. Siliki, you on the East Coast too?
Yeah, but let me just announce it though. We got $40 for one Felicia Freeman.
Okay.
So technically, the guy has in total in cash $415, and then plus Sylvester 200 when added will be $615. So hopefully we should be able to knock that off.
Oh yeah, we'll be able to knock it out before the day ends.
Yeah, we should be able to knock it. So guys, keep giving your contribution. 2 minutes, George. It is up to you now to start the politics.
Okay, I'll join you guys shortly.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, guys, thanks again. Let's get this show going, man. Issue on hand. First of all, let me find out from something. He's at a presidential dinner of all the media. Having something. I want you to call me. Listen to the show. Call me. The closing argument, what represented. Myean, you put the stuff on it. Let the people see us, man. They invited us today at a presidential dinner at a ministerial complex.
I'm getting all the posts here that they didn't even get water to drink.
He said the food are plenty, the drinks are plenty.
I saw the journalist sitting there with the empty plate. I saw Kiatama face.
My boy there, because he was represented.
Okay.
The representative got invitation for so we're there in full there. The closing argument was present. I said, so the president usually in America they call it the president. They call it the White House Correspondents' Dinner. I don't know whether that the version of it in Liberia. I don't know, but I don't know what's about.
Somebody, George, it couldn't be because the presidential dinner over here they have people that to roast the president. So it couldn't be because
forget it.
Yeah, here they will bring somebody to roast the president all night, and they will do that for the fun of it. I don't think you are crazy. I don't think you are crazy to go to Monrovia and go roast Joseph Boakai. You better know where you are. But yes, your boy looks good.
Well, let me call Samson to tell us a little bit about the program tonight before I will get the show started.
Sure, we'd
Okay.
love to hear something on the ground.
Okay, let me call him.
He got his recorder in his hand, got his phone, he got everything ready to go.
Okay, let me call him. Okay, yeah. I don't know about this. That's President Boyka. I don't know why Liberian presidents then why they don't like to have. I give credit to Samuel Doe, to Charles Taylor. They were the presidents that I admire. Uh, they engage the press frequently. Samson.
Yes, sir.
Yes. You on your way home?
Yeah, on my way home.
But can you talk for a few minutes?
It looks like he's on the bike.
Okay. Okay. Yes. Let me take it down. The thing is that I really don't know. Like I said, right? Take it or leave it. One thing I would always tell you guys. One time I admired John Donald Trump. He speaks to the. I think he's one of the presidents I've seen that talk to the press every day. Every day he talks to the press. I mean, not a day that go by that man don't speak to the press. But I don't know why Liberian leaders don't like to engage the press. I don't know why. And you have the bully pulpit. Whenever you talk to the press, the country, everybody pay attention. They don't pay for it. That's free publicity. You can send your message through that. And Bill Clinton was a great communicator. Ronald Reagan, these are many guys and great. I mean, you were here, Mr. Gilman. I wasn't in the country, but sure. I came Bill Clinton last year when I entered this country. But he was here, Ronald Reagan. They were a great communicator. The message was always disseminated to the public and through that means. But like, for instance, the issue with Fagon yesterday, President Boyka had a planned scheduled press interview with O'Neill Roberts from the Truth FM, where our program is carried live. Last minute of time, Fagon decided to step in and say that LBS should be the one. And you know, some people told me, say, well, LBS is the country, is a national station. So I said, but the president's decision to go to another media. And I think it is not about whether you opposition or not opposition. President of all Liberians should be able to go to any network. I think Joe Biden, he went to Fox, I think before he left for office, right?
Oh yeah.
He went to Fox, Kamala Harris, all the way to Fox.
Several times.
Yeah. Okay. The thing is that, look, I watched Charles Taylor. Charles Taylor used to engage the press. What he would say, hey, you disrespect me, I will deal with you. He would tell them boldly. He said, you disrespect me, I'll deal with you. You know, he would just say to them, be respectful.
But he never disrespect him because he was intellectually to the point.
Yeah, you know.
No general will ever beat him.
Yeah, the thing is that just don't be rude, don't
insult.
Two
Liberian leaders, Taylor and Salif, I give it to them. But the rest, the recent oral one, they beat off.
And because that's your best weapon to communicate your message to the people, and through the media. But I don't know how you guys weigh on it about the whole thing about this press engagement with the media. It's very important. If I advise any leader, I will always tell them, engage the press, even if that once a month conversation with the president. Look, lastly, Samuel Doe, when they said they were announced, President Doe will be addressing the press, international and foreign press will come, and that man will sit to the pulpit. I mean, I'm on at the Mansion Place, wherever he addressed the press, he will address the press and they asking questions. And imagine Doe he wasn't at that time Doe not in college yet, but Doe used to engage the international media. The BBC, the viewers, all asking questions, Reuters, everywhere. I don't know why our Liberian leaders then just don't let them address the president. No excuse for that. No excuse. I don't have no excuse for that. Go ahead.
Absolutely. And for me, I was seriously disappointed in the past, and even currently more disappointed, while the leaders of our country got massive opportunity where to gain the traction and to get those the kind of opportunity to interact with the people, because what it does for every president is that it brings you more closer to the people. And I don't know the handlers for Mr. Boyka. I don't know because of his they believe that his ability to, I don't know the reason why the recent past leaders of our country failed vehemently in terms of catching the opportunity. They've kept their office totally incommunicado, and the office of the Liberian president should not be kept incommunicado. And one thing that's my suspicion is not only that it's not very clear, conspicuously clear around the place that our leaders, recent past President Weah, President Boakai, both of them, no. Madam Salif, yes, Mr. Taylor was bingo, very excellent. Madam Salif also was bingo, very excellent. What Madam Salif did, she took it beyond. Madam Salif would go and sit in LBS or whichever station with Tommy, and she's going to take call. She would take call for 2 hours when she would interact. Taylor was the first person to decide that. I can record also time. That's the first time they got Bian Kota, the president of the Association of the Christians of the Blind. It was a time of Taylor on one of his shows. He engaged Taylor that day. He said, Mr. President, with the blind people, we don't have nothing. Taylor rep in the studio that day. He instructed Kadiatu to give them an 18-seated bus, brand new, renovate the headquarters and all those things. To have the president direct the entire of the people. Right? Manasari did the same. Manasari will be there to pull call. There will be time. They will take the calls. They will have a full session of calls. So now the president will talk for 30 minutes. Then they take call for 20 minutes. The president talk for 30 minutes. They take call for 20 minutes. 2 straight hours. The president said he didn't stop there. The president said he had a special session with Eva Flomo.
Yes.
Eva Flomo, which was the speaking English, where Eva said at the time that Eva gave her, she said she thought she could speak the pidgin English better than the president. Said Eva, the woman beat her. I don't know if I can even do it better than that woman. And when she's saying that, one other time, I was around where I wanted to get snail. That woman is on the radio. Those market women are glued to their radio listening to her. She's speaking the turn they want to listen to. Right? So you will gladly get to understand how the leader will behave. And the leader behave that way, you tend to grab the support from the people. Why do you think Mr. Trump, despite everything they said about him, he came out, stay and won the election in this country? Because he engaged the American people. He told them what they want to hear. Now, people are not even justifying that the whole tariff thing is going to be a short-term thing. Factories are going to come back to this country for investment and other things. That's what the people want to hear. If you push to tell the people what they want to hear, they will hear it, they will like it. If there's no EDC going all the time. Come on, as president, my people will face some difficult time in this country. But I can assure you, as your leader, I will make sure I will talk to the EDC people. Even if it will take me to fire, I will fire some people they feel they don't take up your job in this year. You hear a people will come and say, the president said he will fire somebody. The person not talk about anything. I lead the person not talk. People believe in their leaders. But the mistake now, and that's one of the things we need to push it. You don't directly communicate with the people. And that's one of the reasons, basically.
Yeah,
quite quickly, please. That's one of the reasons, and probably many people will say, why President Weah didn't win the elections? Because you're not engaged. They would have a large story about his administration. And himself, because the best spokesperson of any government is the leader himself. And now you're protégé through her. If you can, the leader's statement is more powerful than me, his spokesperson.
But listen to this, because I work with the Joe Biden, Obama thing. Prior to that, when we talk about effective communicating, right? When you look at George Stephanopoulos, when he was communication director for Bill Clinton, when we're talking about getting ahead of the news, it's an art, okay? When Bill Clinton got in trouble with this young lady.
Quickly, too many. The Supreme Court said they should bring that guy back.
Bring who back?
The guy that carried to El Salvador.
Oh yeah, well yeah. I mean, the Supreme Court ruled that the man should be brought back. We are telling them that he's out of the country already. He out of our jurisdiction. We're trying to see what we can do, but it's all right. But George Stephanopoulos, right? George Stephanopoulos had something we call he introduced the rapid response. Just like you said, Pewee, when the president gets ahead of the news, you are disarming the opposition. So when you have the rapid response, when George Stephanopoulos introduced the rapid response, anytime you told a lie, you know why they do? Because they knew Bill Clinton had a lot in his closet. A lot in his closet. This guy was, listen, Bill Clinton was a sleaze bag. This guy had a lot of stuff in his closet. But George Stephanopoulos were able to settle the rapid response. And after that, the guy who succeeded him, Blumenthal, was even, brilliant. And then after that, you have Obama and Biden. and they brought in Robert Gibbs, another brilliant young man who
But no, Obama himself was always active in the news.
Obviously, charisma.
But in recent history, I will give it to President Donald Trump. He's always engaged in media.
Of course.
And he's a known hero in terms of how he.
Listen,
I admire him a lot when it comes to
the man
President Trump is very strong.
The man set the trend. He doesn't wait for the news. He makes the news.
Yeah.
And when you make the news, then you direct when a man 4 o'clock in the morning, he started controversy. 4 o'clock in the morning while people are sleeping. When the news wake up in the morning, they go to his all his handles, nothing but social news.
Yeah, true. So, no, when it comes to that, Giman, I give it to Mr. Trump, right? President Trump is an extraordinary great communicator.
So
he knows
why
how to penetrate the media, he knows how to get them.
Okay,
and he can put on the defensive. When you're ready, he say the fake news people.
Of course, you attack them first. You attack them.
So, Giman, please let me bring the noise in the background. Say something. The noise there.
That old man is good.
But let me bring something because I'm getting all kind of confidential information from the dinner. I'm being told that when the president left, things went scatter. So let me ask my correspondent who were at the dinner. But it lost too much something.
That's leaking and there's only behind
the back again, a quiet place, man. When I hear you. Yeah. So I'm getting too much information that. Yeah, but so let him come. Let him call because I don't want we on a national platform. I don't want to give false information, but I'm getting messages from journalists telling me that
play by play.
Yeah, but I don't want to be the one to break the bad, to start with the bad news.
Somebody join that soccer fan.
Tomalin.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think you important. I think media engagement, presidential media engagement, I think is a very essential part of, in my view, good governance. Is a very essential part of conveying your strategy. But most importantly, is a part where you connect with your citizenry and getting them to support your policy. And I agree. I think that aspect, that critical component has been missing for a very long time within the presidency of our country. Yeah, I think Madam Selima have used a little bit, but I think over a period of time. And I think what happens is that, and I agree with you, I really don't know why. Is it that, because of course the presidency will always have something to say, will always have the news. So the question then becomes, why do they don't want to engage? Is it that because they lack the confidence or something? Because let's take for example the CDC, which something we at every level of the party and the governance structure admitted that our media and our media relation, our media engagement, perhaps could be one of those factors that we will point to as our deficit. We did not tell our story sufficiently. We allow our story to be told by the opposition, and no one else, as Pewee readily said, no one else can most effectively tell the story than the leader of the arena, because within that leadership, within that realm, there is something called trust. There is something called integrity. So people look up to it. So I gave an example. At one time, I had, along with Molba, we paid a visit at the executive mansion. It was around that time of the 16 billion situation. Eugene Nangba, the information minister, had given opposition on what had happened. The finance minister had given opposition on what happened, but you still realize that it did not provide the solution. It did not provide a calm that the nation needed. So we have gone to the march. I think the president was on his way at the time to New York for the first UN General Secretary. So our argument was that, look, you must address this. You can't leave this and go. You must say something, because in spite of the fact that your information minister has spoken, your finance minister has spoken, I think ultimately the nation wants to hear from you. They want the yes or no, 16 billion law, 16 billion did not law, or if it happened, there's action. So it is only you that can provide that stability, because of course, the town was very tense. In fact, the opposition used that 16 billion to build their protest. You know, so I just imagine how the president that heated to address the country and have gone. I would think it would have been worse. And technically, I just want to focus on the city. I really don't know why ultimately the handler of the president's communication took him away, because John Ray is a communicator. He's somebody of the camera. He's been a celebrity all along. He's been with the camera through all his life. So I don't know how come, you know, when he became president, because before he became president, he always wanted interview. He always wanted to talk to the media. He just, you know, dressed away. And I think to some extent that is part of the lesson. I hope the CDC will learn that that's not the best thing. And generally, our country, not just the CDC, but even our country. I mean, yes, President Bouaka, after almost 2 years in office, calling a first dinner, not necessarily to even engage the press, but just to something. These things are not privileges, you know. Meeting the press, talking about your policy. These things are not privileges. These are things that the citizen, we are in information age now, the citizen of the country must know. And if a government will complain about mis and disinformation, it's up to them to provide the information. If you keep yourself back, the only thing I could say is because either you got things to hide, and so you do not want to get in front of the media to be scrutinized.
The young man.
I will address. Let me just read the press release that just came up. Just sent it for immediate release, April 10, 2025. Reporters Association of Liberia, RAL, backs rural journalists' criticism of media dinner exclusivity. Yeah. Moreover, the Reporters Association of Liberia is expressing strong support for the concerns raised by rural journalists over the lack of inclusivity at President Joseph Nyeman Bouaka's annual media dinner held on Thursday, April 10, 2025 in Monrovia. The association joins calls urging the government to reconsider the structure of such national media engagements to ensure they reflect the diverse voices and experiences of journalists across Liberia. The RAL considers the decision to host a Monrovia-centered event exclusively excluding urban-based journalists as a disturbing signal of creeping media segregation. This approach risks deepening the divide between rural and urban media practitioners and undermines the spirit of national media solidarity. It is unacceptable that journalists who report from the most remote parts of this country, often under dangerous and challenging conditions, were entirely left out of an event meant to honor and engage the media. Excluding rural journalists sends the wrong message and ignores their critical contribution to democracy and accountability. The association believes that such national events, especially when hosted under the banner of the presidency, must reflect national character. Rural journalists are often the first line of reporting on issues ranging from health emergencies to corruption, natural disaster, land conflicts, and human rights violations. Many do this without institutional protection, proper equipment, or timely pay, yet they remain committed to serving the public interest. To overlook these journalists is to overlook a major part of the media ecosystem in Liberia. The RAL is therefore calling on President Bouaka and the Minister of Information, Cultural Affairs and Tourism, MICAT, to decentralize future media engagements, including the annual media dinner, and ensure meaningful participation from all 15 counties. This is essential for strengthening press freedom, national cohesion, and fair representation. The Reporters Association of Liberia, which is the largest auxiliary of the PUL, remains committed to advocating for equal opportunities, safety, and recognition for every journalist working within the borders of the Republic, regardless of location. Wow. Well, I'm getting this information, but again, let's see what happened. Our guy will tell what happened there. I don't want to be able to say it because I'm getting used that things went different way there, but we'll hear later. But back on the issues about our leaders then facing the press, I will say this though, and sometimes the blame should go to the handlers, because look, before first of all, that's why it's important. They call something in America, they call it a PDA, Presidential Daily Briefing. In fact, I know Jerry Pierre, who is the President Information Minister, he told me that when you're Press Secretary, Madam Salif, he said his first job, he gets up in the morning, all the daily newspaper he made sure he had to read them. He will get all the papers that come out. Listen to BBC, to VOA, all the things. Then you get all the news around the world in the country. When the president gets to work, the first thing she asks for, you gotta go give her that daily briefing. What happened in the country? Keep her abreast. What happened in the world in the country? So you keep them informed. You know, they brief you. They tell you, even they have a joint security kind of brief you. They tell you what's the security situation in the country. Your economic council people. So you inform. You have an informed idea of what's happening in the country. So if you announce a major press conference at the end of the month, okay, you expect it. Your team will tell you what question to expect. You already know what's coming, okay? And there's a way to answer the question left for you. You answer the question, and now back and forth with you and the person. You're having that kind of a back and forth. You address it. But I frown people who continue to shield the leaders then from press conference. And like somebody said, I believe, honestly, right? The going election, had the president, we have faced the media most of the time. His message would have been, look, it was not until after the election before we start hearing the things that the government did. It was about why you all kept it quiet, why you all kept silent, why there was no surrogate to go and do this thing. No, look, when you in front of the bullet pulpit, when you in front of that pulpit, what you say, that message, it go across the length and breadth of the country. People take it serious. But if you keep the person away and surrogates coming, the father say, "Oh, Sidiki coming," so you get them, they'll be lying all day. But when the person is facing the microphone, the camera, the message will resonate with the people. So again, it's important. I hope people learn from this and engage the media. I will say again, I think in my lifetime, Samuel Doe and Charles Taylor were the only president I saw that were media friendly. They were the media all the time. They were engaged in the media.
No, President Salif did his thing.
Salif, yeah, but when they say people who they used to have mostly local media or do until international foreign media to address them when they come in.
Salif did more international media than any of them.
Yeah, man.
How many times Salif addressed the media?
The one that why they call him? What I bought that she walk for in the ball.
Oh yeah.
After all, man, she was angry. And I got angry. It's a black eye, a blatant lie. L-I-E lie.
Even the local media, how many times?
No. It was every month.
Was that customary? Jeremiah Pierre then became the face of the government. I mean, of course, she addressed media, but not as frequent.
She was far better than the past two leaders.
Oh yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
For the past two leaders, she was far.
All I can say, if especially they come into the next election cycle, this time things that every cycle is different. You gotta be able to face the people and their message go to engage the media. Let them talk. When they question you, answer them, address them. They will ask you some tough questions. Yes, they're going to evade it. As a politician, you ask me some question. Make an example. They asked the guy, Cory Booker. They say, do you think Shushima should be the leader of the Democrat? He said, look, the party is big. And he dodged that question. He dodged the question. But the idea he faced the media.
Tomalin, I mean, when you are the presidency or when you are the government, I think you make the news. You provide what people tend to talk about. So, I mean, it's not about what you dodge or what you dodge, but what you also say, particularly so when you carry on actions that affect people's lives, providing some explanation as to why those actions, it becomes the news. So I mean, it's just a unique opportunity that people can use to enhance governance, to connect with the citizenry, to explain their proposal. So what you don't want is to have your opponent determine what you are doing, and so you also don't want to be on the defensive. As soon as you leading from the defensive, I mean, it's difficult now to keep focus on your own actions. Like right now, the Union Party is on a complete defensive. Every time they must come with some reactive approach to provide answer to some of the things that they could, in the first place, just provide information and clarity about. You know?
Yes, I mean, if like you said, Sidiki, if you someone who is media friendly, who can always engage the media, all this controversy, speculation would not be forthcoming.
No.
And look, even some of our officials there, like for instance, I've never seen the deputy speaker Fala answering to press. I forget that one. I don't see. I never see before. Deputy speaker. Yeah, I never seen him from press conference before. Yeah, but then he can be rigging.
The message possible do it.
No. What he can do? I know the Prince Myean, they will go to the county, and the local media there where they know that they control them. They go in the studio there, and then after they get it.
I think most of our politicians are just afraid of scrutiny. I think they're just afraid of scrutiny. They're afraid that it became in from the media. But I think that's a bad way of just looking at the media. That the media will only scrutinize. The media could also be a vehicle, a means by which you translate your vision and simplify what you want to do. So don't just see the media as one that will just scrutinize you, but rather it could be one that could help to translate your vision. You know, I just hope. And just back to the release you read, I think those guys made some very important points. I would hope that the organizers of today's event could take those serious advancement. I think being inclusive of those, because the essence of such a dinner, in my view, should not just be about trying to merit. It should be about having a reflection of or a representation of what's unfolding within the country from different sectors. You know, so I think they should take that on an advancement. Hopefully, in the next stage of planning, they make sure they include all of those in it. I understand we have close to 400 or more print media and about 40 to 50 electronic media, and with the new media of social media now, you may even have more. So, and which is also good for the country. So I think the press secretary, the coordination between the PUL people, should be able to factor in all those people. I mean, they can invite. I honestly was not inviting individual journalists, rather than inviting media houses and stuff. But at least they should try as much as they can to cover at least every sector out of the country.
Yeah, let's encourage our leaders then to be media friendly. Let's engage them. And for instance, even our pro tem, I don't think she have done her press conference since she became pro tem. No, I don't think so.
But those people are not really pushed to have. We're talking about the leader of the country.
No, but
the main thing is the leader of the country.
They are being each to. You got to give an up. You see, Pewee, in America, every week you see what his name Johnson, the Speaker Johnson. Every week they stand in front of the media.
Yeah, you're right.
You see the American leader, they stand in front of the president and address them every week.
Yeah.
And what they can do, they have what they call the Democrats have their lunch. Republicans have their lunch. Okay, they have their lunch every week. Okay, have their lunch.
No, you're right, but
you see Carrie on living the press secretary. I mean, that's a tough job. Like this girl, a Biden former press secretary, that black girl, Karen Jean, that girl.
Yeah.
She used to be battling the people.
Karen Jean,
yeah. You know,
and even the current press, Karen Levitt.
The one guy's a smart girl too. I think I got a smart girl.
The current press secretary, Karen Levitt, is extraordinarily smart.
She's smart. Look, you gotta lie, you gotta play organ, you gotta do it. You know, and they give you some tough assignment. Because some people say, "What? I'm facing that media now. You gotta go talk."
So he responded to this issue about Inamud and Navarro, the three advisors to President
Trump. Two of them fighting, right?
He said, "Yeah, boys will always be boys."
Yeah.
You see, so you know,
but you gotta be fast on your feet. And like I said,
boys will be boys.
If I didn't learn anything, I learned it from Robert Gibbs. You have to get in front of the news, even if it's bad news. You gotta be the first to tell the news. Don't wait until somebody say we got a breaking story. Okay, Trump was going to do the tariff thing. It was on his handle. All his handle had it.
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, we come over here. We live in this country. We say we want to mimic this democracy. Then you go home, you do something totally different. and then you expect people to cheer you on when we say you mimic the worst of America, not the best, the worst of America. You leave from here, you live here, you see how it works, and then you go home. Like when I was listening to the former information minister from your boy from Ledger Wu Remy, when there were tense in the country, that president, we are information, the message was not getting out. The man said, I'm not a propagandist. I'm an administrator. Can you imagine?
No, but let me say this, Mr. Gaiman and Pewee and Siddiqui. Siddiqui said something. And honestly, right, during the election, you saw what the UP used on CDC, the 16 billion, the harmonization program and policy, and issue about missing boys and about the auditors. And look, and these were things that just the minister gave. I saw a report. He gave me a report, Minister Dean, and the report was presented there. But the problem we're having, why couldn't you guys tell the people what happened? You investigated these issues. The report was in your hands. Why couldn't you guys and present it to the public? Come and face the people. Look, but they sat down. They allowed the people to do their own stuff with it, and they took it out of context and what they did, and they ran with the election and they shop it to them. They couldn't back it, and they carry on, and it's sad. So I mean, you don't learn from it. But anyway, Samson on the phone. Samson, you ready to talk?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Samson, you attended the dinner with the president this evening. There are a lot of reports coming from there that when the president left, things went out of hand. There was no water, no food. I know you very objective. So tell us what really happened there.
So let me begin by thanking my institution, the Posting Argument, for affording me such opportunity to be part of that historical movement. So today, it was not a favorite day for the executive, especially the executive mansion. The planning there was absolutely poor when it comes to city enrichment. That's one. When we first entered the hall, some of us stand to the end of the program because you cannot invite a particular media institution to a program and you don't have the seating capacity for it. Most of the institutions that were invited stood up until the program could end. That's one. Two, the issue of water. It was shocking to know that we were in there and the government could not provide water for us. Journalists started mourning while the president was talking. Journalists started murmuring under the president's speech, saying we tested want to drink. We've been here for since 6 o'clock and after 9, some all want to drink water. And then they said the little water they had there, they were managing it. So they could not give that water, or they gave the water, or meaning they would not provide another water. And exactly what they said was what they did. Some of us went there to take water. The moment we got you drinking, the water we drank from the table was the only water we had access to till the program could finish. That's another one. And the frustrating part was people who were sending invitation on to media institutions and media executive. There was this, I don't know where it came from, but there was this speculation about institutions expected to receive a particular Thanksgiving envelope for them, for the level of work they are doing, and for government to buttress their effort. For them, for shocking it, immediately the president left, nothing of such happened. So most of the media executives here and reporters who were there started to make some remarks that might hit the internet and newspaper. It will not favor the government, and I think it will take them time to recover from what is coming for them.
Wow. So can you tell us what was the president's message?
So the president spoke about he spoke about the press freedom, where he said he will continue to protect press freedom under the government. There will be no intimidation of media. You also spoke about supporting the media and talking about making ERPC a public radio. It will not just be for government, where opposition candidates and leaders can go there and also express their view and provide debunking statement to government and also remedies on how government can push forward. You also talk about seeing how best that the executive marshal will work in direct consultation with the president of Liberia office, and he talked about coordination. He also appreciated the media for being objective, and he highlighted few media institutions and appreciated them for their work. One of which he called Women Voices. He owned by 6 Women. He appreciated her, and he appreciated another newspaper called Liberia Investigator, owned by Lona Tutu.
Mm-hmm.
So, another question. So let me ask a question. You can ask a question.
Do you have an idea how many media houses or representatives were in a house there today?
So they invited, we were all, like I said, the place was all crowded there to the point where some of us, like me, I stood up till the program could end. Well, I was not the only victim of that. We had more media executives who were in the hall. And so the question later after the program, when I went to Kula, I asked, so why if it was my boss, Tomalin George or Tato Peabody or any top officials from the closely argument that could receive this invitation, was it the kind of treatment you were going to provide for them? She started to say, oh, sorry, we expect the kind of number of human being here, all kind of excuses. So, on a serious note, a lot of media executives and managers are seriously disappointed in the government for what they did today.
For me, there's no question, Tony. It's just the process about. Let me say thank you for your service on behalf of the TCA also. But my point is that maybe the way they went about organizing this process, we will shift some blame, but we shouldn't basically all the time anticipate going to public function, particularly in Liberia. You think, and because we do a kind of a way of, we need to first and foremost anticipate how many persons we're going to have, and those that will be responsible to cater to those people will always add the number, because we don't anticipate these things to unfold. But again, journalists, when you are invited to a presidential dinner of the president, I thought on the side they were requesting, oh, we're hungry, we didn't drink, we didn't eat. That was wrong on their part also, because you have to be straightforward. But the organization process was very loose, irresponsible way they went about it. But the journalists also, you have to hold your ground in that. Keep your news, keep it up, and come and bring your stories up. And that's it. The whole thing was marked by disorganization and the rest of that. Because the executive management should be the last institution that will invite people, and then because you're being invited, because it should be based on invitation. And the invitation is what you anticipate to move on the catering process. And I mean, the whole system in the country that just messed up. Why would you do that? If you're anticipating like 100 persons, you cater for 120 or 140 persons. That's it. But again, the country is such that even the presidency is not that pretty, because people would just do all over, everybody would just come and start pooing. And that's what happened. So they lost track of what they were all to do. But I thought the journalists weighing, I'm a little bit taken aback. It's going way because someone just sent something to me. I was seeing the way the journalists themselves saying, "Oh, we're hungry." No, you shouldn't be saying those things there. You should remain quiet and kind of report on the disorganization of the regime instead of you putting yourself there. Because now people will say you're angry because you didn't eat that what you drink or you didn't drink. I mean, no, come on. I mean, the journalists should be beyond those kind of a lines.
Yeah, but Pewee.
And I'm being honest here. That's my own view.
No, but you see,
well, Mr. Pewee, to be honest with you, when the press dinner is being held at the White House or wherever it is, listen, man. When they send out 1,000 invitations, right? Every news organization has a table. In advance, you will tell how many folks coming from your organization. If there's a table,
I just said that to us.
I understand this. And when they come for dinner. They do serve dinner to every plate that comes.
I agree.
So, yeah, they go there with the intention of having dinner. So we can't say the guy should go there. They should go there hungry and don't look forward to eating. That's what invitations say.
Like what Messi Dupo is saying, right? I mean, he said something. Messi said something, right?
Yeah, I don't agree with him. I
agree with what Messi is saying, right?
No, not at all.
Honestly, I know the journalists don't like it, but to be frank with you, I can bet you. Yeah. Okay. Look, let me be frank. I can tell you, I'm sure if you ask the Minister of Information, the organizer will tell you that they did RSVP, they did their stuff, the caterer, whoever the case, organized the thing well. But like somebody said earlier, when people just see the president calling and they didn't run the poor mind about that at the end of the day, because what I noticed in Liberia, I give an example, right? I was in Liberia last year.
Before you continue, I'm going to continue quickly. Beyond the cattle, that's the executive as the president attending a program. The EP and the security details should know who are entering that place. No invitation, don't let it enter.
Exactly. Because look, and what is done there, they put, when you go to these press conferences there or the events, they put your name and they get lists. Now for that list there, when the program finish, you get your 18. So apparently, when the people say the president inviting the journalists there, I can tell you, everybody thought like somebody said.
Yeah,
but the mind involved at all.
No, but it should be based on invitation. They should allow people to enter the hall with the invitation coming from.
That's what
I can bet you. So suppose, my man, you're supposed to go there because they think that they come and get their friend that money, so they go there. But the person that did the catering, right? If I were the caterer, the person who did that catering will tell you. I'm not a caterer, but I'm sure those who watching the show who are caterer will tell you. When you're catering, you got exact amount of people. You even what they can even do. Let's say you're paying 300 guests. Caterer will all get 325, just in case they get. Yeah,
that's what I said. Yeah, if you spend 100, you get it for 140.
So Tomalin,
yeah,
I would just like to come from a different angle. I agree that members of the press who went to the event cannot have tomorrow morning breaking news. Oh, we didn't eat or we didn't drink water. I mean, that cannot be a breaking news. It takes away their own dignity. But Tomalin, have we not had similar situations during the inauguration where people complain that these things were not enough? Then somehow just let this to go into passing. So what now is of concern is we need to understand what budget covered this event, for which it went so disorganized, for which it went in a way where these things were not enough. Not necessarily because journalists didn't eat. Is it that people use these social gathering organized by the executive oftentimes to also abscond from there? You remember similar thing that they do in inaugurations? Almost the same thing.
Making a good point.
You're very right.
So it cannot be a pattern when there is a national event, other people use it to steal and embezzle. So while it is true that I think what the journalists should now do, as opposed to waking up tomorrow morning to say, "Oh, we didn't eat water or drink," to say, "It was an event that the government claimed that spent 50,000, 100,000, 200,000 on the event," and then let the public judge. Because from the government side, people went to that thing the minimum on a bit of invitation. So at least the government knew that in the minimum, they would have expected around maybe, let's say 50, or they send out 50 invitations. So normally in Liberia, they always do that thing with mezzanine. So say 50 invitations, but we're playing for 100 people.
So man,
so for me, it's not now about what people ate or people drank. It's about this thing becoming a pattern. It happened during the inauguration. In fact, it even happened. I remember when the Union Party was trying to get some funding to each of the district coordinators to the different districts to prepare food for the people. Yeah, there was some slashing of that. So there's the theater, at least that we know. So now it's not just about food, it's about a behavior that is evolving, even in the minimum of certain like that. So I think it was some consideration. We call on Jeremiah Pierre, who is the chairman of that committee, to at least address the press on this issue, provide some clarity. Let us know how much money was put into this preparation and how many people were totally invited. I think the public also would need to know that.
So Nangbe coming.
Yeah, I mean, thank you very much. I feel like you guys are hitting all the marks. These kind of events, I mean, I'm sure all of us have been invited to one of them or the other. They will send out an invite. They will send to every media institution and tell them, you are allotted maybe 4 seats from your institution. And like you said, Tomalin, you got to RSVP. You got to let them know back. And for the very reason that Sylvester said, if it is not for just the capacity alone, but it's a security concern, they have to know how many people are coming in and who's coming. You have to send all of that in advance so that they will do their screening and investigation, all of that. So it takes time. So I'm surprised that our young fellow, and congratulations to him with all the difficulties. Well, he seemed very, very, he seemed very, very laid back, and he seems to to have it together. And thank you for doing that. But yeah, I'm surprised from what he's reporting that there was, the press secretary was saying, they didn't expect this amount of people. I don't understand that. It just, it sounds very chaotic. But other than that, I wanted to quickly say, and you guys were talking about the president, blogging and turning his back to the Truth FM invite. That to me that was a missed opportunity. And the presidency these days, it has a lot going for it because there's so many media institutions, and so I guess you could say, you can go to another media institution. But what is important about this, the very reason that they gave should have been the reason for which they should have gone. That this is owned by an opposition person. All of us know here, everywhere. The Democrats here, when they go to Fox News, that is, that's big news because they define the Fox News journalists to come with any question. That's how clean and open they are. And vice versa, when a Republican candidate or president goes to or MSNBC or something like that, yeah, it means you're ready. You have nothing to hide. And so the fact that somebody will tell the president that the station is owned by an opposition person, and that would be reason enough for the president to cancel out. It just seems too infantile to me. It doesn't make any sense at all. What is it? What is it that they're going to ask him that what? They were forcing to spill national security, security issues. I don't understand that. So I don't know. But it just looks really really bad. For the presidency to first of all, how did it come upon the decision for this person to have gone in the first place? Didn't they know then that this institution, belongs to someone who may not be on the president's team? So, I just wanted to mention that. I hope in the future, they avoid these kind of, rookie and unforced mistakes, because the president cannot run away forever. I mean, he has to face the press, and he can't just expect to be given, softball questions and all of that. You got to go, and take the hard questions.
So like Hamed said earlier, I think I agree with him. Somebody should go to the minister, face the microphone tomorrow, and to address this issue, and tell the Liberian people how much was, because that taxpayer money is not my personal money. Say, look, be transparent. Say this we budgeted $100,000 or whatever the case for this event, and we expected the amount of people to attend. But to our surprise, they were overwhelmed, and people came. And so you got to face the people tomorrow. And so if they don't do it, people will speculate. People will say they get in their amount, and somebody took their amount, and so forth. So the last question, Bruce Siddiqui coming. I don't know. Do you think if they are giving these journalists some package tonight, some envelope, you think they would have cared about whether the food were there or not? You think so?
Siddiqui, come on.
Yeah. So first of all, good evening to everybody. So I don't want us to forget this program today was not properly planned, was not even planned ahead of time. The only reason the executive mansion put up a statement that, oh, we're going to have a media engagement or dinner with the media on Thursday was because the president turned down O'Neill Robert invitation. And they had no excuse but to put up a statement on the executive mansion page just a day before today. I think yesterday they put up a statement, or on Tuesday, something like that. And then today, that program. So all of the blames of people saying, oh, the media, maybe some of the journalists who were not invited, they went there, they overcrowded the place, so maybe that's why the food was not out of that. I believe there was no proper planning for this event today. Because you just come up, you didn't plan any dinner, meeting or engagement with the media, just because you had a gentleman agreement with a journalist to appear on his show. This guy did a post for 2 days that on Tuesday or Wednesday, we are going to be hosting the president of the country. 2 days, O'Neill and 2FM did the publicity. And nobody sent him a communication and said, look, the president is not going to appear on your show. But on the day of that, of the show or interview, you cancel that and you read on the executive mansion page that we're going to have a dinner with the media, and then from there the president will be appearing on on other shows, as they said on the stuff there. But this is what I want us to understand. Right after the executive mansion press release on the page that day, Kula Fofana, who is a press secretary, she also shared on her page, warning all the media petitioner or the journalists that don't come there if you're not invited. For your information, only invitees that are welcome to come to the program today. She shared that on her page. And so I don't think you can blame the journalists, because this thing should have been planned. This is something that they should have planned ahead of time, maybe a week before or a month before, plan it better, and then send an invitation. But just do something rushing way, because you felt like the president could not go to Truth FM, and Musa Belede got nothing to do with this. Because this same president, when he was an opposition, he went to Truth FM 2 times. He sat there, they had an interview, nobody do anything to him, and all of that. But I believe, as I mentioned yesterday, the only reason they could not go to Truth FM on O'Neill Truth Breakfast show is because they had no guarantee that they are going to give them a specific line where they can give to the caller brigade to call and praising the president. And so they had to cancel that show, to kind of meet with the media guys, to maybe give them a number, in the coming days where the president will be going to have an interview. For me, that's what I believe. I don't think we should blame the journalists, because this was not planned. That's the first thing. Because to have a successful program, you should plan it. And I will tell you this: they just rushed to, NPA and other, agency to collect money for them to have this program. And why I say that is because I just look up Kula Fofana page. She sent an appreciation message to the media, and then one guy from the NPA came and commented. She said, "Thank you. I want you to extend my thanks to the team at NPA for the support." So that means NPA supported, which is not bad. But the fact of the matter here is that this program was not properly planned, and the journalists cannot be blamed for that. They did that because the president could not keep a commitment or agreement between him and O'Neill. So that's just my point, basically.
Tomalin, I've been part of this. Let me tell you, when Barack and Biden were in Florida, I was a fellow on that team. I had to be clear, okay? I had to be clear 48 hours for the dinner. I had to be clear, and I was on the team. And I had 2 representatives from Liberia. One was stopping with me, Honorable Siawe. I called DC. I said, I'm bringing a guest. Honorable Siawe is a representative from the Republic of Liberia. He will be accompanying me as my guest. They called me right back and said, Mr. Gamer, you know better than this. The parameter that has been set up for the president, the vice president, or the vice president for the luncheon, nobody who have not been cleared by the security will be allowed. So they did me a favor. they said we will have the representative from Liberia in a spillover room that is beyond the security area, but where other people, dignitary, will be sitting. So Siawe and his wife were able to sit in the dignitary area, but not within the perimeter that was clear. So this is what we are when they say the gymnasium or the auditorium says 500. That 500 is top. That includes special security, that includes sharpshooter. Everybody's there. When you come in, before you enter, you have your badge and your clearance.
Thank you very much.
You show that you have been cleared to even enter the hall. Like you said, somebody said, what happens if somebody wanted to take a pot shot at the president and you just open the door for anybody to come? It doesn't work that way. I'm going to say this to say, if you are coming to America and you want to mimic what they have done or what they are doing, you better know how it is carried out. You can't just say presidential press dinner and I mean that is embarrassing.
You know, you just brushed on. I had an experience before the war. You know, I remember vividly. It was the opening of Dupo Road. The Dupo Road. That Dupo Road. So when they put the pavement there, President Duo opening it. So I was living not too far from the road. So I got up. I went. They had a shop right there. A shop there. But I never knew that all the people that were there, that were sitting down drinking and relaxing, are all SAS people. I never knew. They're all on a cover cap. So I went there and then I asked the people. I said, when the president coming. When I said that thing, then I won't leave. The man said, no, sit down right here. You're not going nowhere. I said, but what happened? He said, sit down here. I said, why? He said, just sit down here. Ain't you want to know when the president coming? Sit down, the president. And they kept me there. And they kept me there until the president got there. Before, luckily for me, one of my cousins in the SS, Victor, he said, what happened? And to the police, he said, oh, I'm already picking my left. He didn't know me. You know. He said, you can't have when the president coming? I said, oh, and I learned my lesson for that day.
Of
course.
But
When the people who send the advance team are going from, they go do that clearing of the area, preparing the area, and make sure that they will find out who are attending that program. They will ask the organizer, how many people are expecting here? You tell the people how many people are expecting, because the seats are all there, right? Ask the people everything, and you are prepared for the president arrival. And when the president enters any hall, nobody can enter again. I think we all know about that. So I don't know when the president entered, people enters post they coming in. I don't know, but
yeah,
those who did the catering, as to be held responsible.
No.
Ahmed Fofana said the Minister of Information should brief the press tomorrow and tell them what happened. How about with the budget and what went wrong? That's all.
Yes, and for me, here's what I would say to that. A lot of things, and I think those SS guys at the time or SATU guys at the time was very wrong to you. It was not right, because you're an innocent young man. You didn't know. You curious to come and see the president. They should discern as to who got some intent to harm the president. I thought they wronged you then, but again, it was the SATU. It was the kind of a guys we had at the time, because you should determine the man's own physique and the man posture for you determine he some potential threat anywhere. But again, that's the line of how the security were at the time. They were very tough, if you will. But someone said something that is also major here. The Freeport and the Ministry of Information, if there's the Ministry of Information that organized this, they will have to give the Liberian people some explanation. And, these are the kind of program in the country people would use to get engaged in corruption. Right, and because the whole thing here is they will go to the National Port Authority for support. Oh, no, the president, every government institutions that are independent are making money by themselves. Government officials that want to organize this kind of thing on behalf of the president will go to those institutions, collect an amount that is not declared. That's the problem. They'll go to the port, collect some money, go to LPRC, collect some money, go to NASCOP, collect money, go to all those and collect the money and want to push for the program. Yes, my own disappointment here. It's not a wrong thing to do that. If you thought to do that, there should be a declaration. But the problem here is now the fact that the president was in a particular program and was not only crowded up, but very disorganized. That's the problem. You cannot, we're in this place, and it's good if the press secretary announced warning that only folks with invitation will be allowed. Why did the security, you cannot hold the caterer responsible to money? No. That person just got a job to do, and they told the person, say, okay, we are expecting 100%, and probably that person may have catered for 120 persons or 125 persons. But unfortunately, there was a floodgate open, and then you allow 500 people to get in because you have irresponsible security. That security that would not follow their regimentation. The same gay man that is talking all kind of a trash about President Weah, he should be dismissed with immediate effect because he's incompetent to be an EPS chief and not allowing us. I mean, there should be a triage system, a regular triage mechanism for people attending a function where the president is. We have to do that. Other than that, we open and we do a lot of things that are not correct. Then you come and say the person that is catering, that person responsibility only to bring food for 110%.
That's right.
That's the only responsibility that person got. And the food the person is bringing, the food is safe because the person is going to be part of that. The food is safe, it's good. That's the person's responsibility to money. The responsibility also who enter with invitation is not that person's responsibility. That's why you have a protocol arrangement. The protocol will put into place the appropriate measures that will govern the proceeding of how presidential activities are. So if you will, I mean, it was just a serious. This is not the first time in the history of our country. And I don't think this will be the last time, right? Now, they may have collected more money, but again, I think greedy, they didn't spend.
Yeah, but the spin has started it. As I read it, the presidential press secretary and the spin starts. He said, many thanks to the Liberian media and the Latinos for showing up. Let's stay engaged and do this again. Thank you. So that's they call it a spin on. But
No. She was spin how she want to spin.
You know, Tomalin,
in
in all fairness, the initiator is a good one. I think a regular engagement with the president or a moment where the presidency can recognize the work and sacrifices that journalists make in bringing to the forefront issues that affect the country is a good thing. And that's what makes it important that this first one, I mean, it started according to Jeremy Pearson's, I think Torgbean initiated this event, and then after a while it went down, and then they were trying to restart it. So that's what makes it important. When they restart, it comes with such controversy, it comes with such discouragement, it becomes difficult for people to give to that program the relevance that it deserves. So that is why we hope that the committee, I think they have more, I think a 7 or 8, 9, 10 man committee. That's why I don't think it was a sudden event. Because they had a 10 or 11 man committee, ministers and people from different agencies there put together to work to plan this thing. So I think that is why they must provide some information. But then at the same time too, which is important, our media practitioner cannot go to Bourbon to be complaining that they eat food and drink water.
They have the right to because they were invited to dinner, man. You were invited to dinner.
My question is, are they giving them some token?
But I think I would have been insulting to give the media cartoon. I mean, we need to get rid of that mentality that the media must be giving quote unquote cartoon.
I mean, but
I mean, then what you do?
You can never get rid of that.
Then what you do if you want to pay the media for that? Tell the media that all the media that will cover the program will be paid. They're not free.
But my understanding is,
but Kato is wrong.
Everybody have a press conference in that country. Every program,
every culture is wrong. It's unacceptable.
They give the media.
They give different type of cartoon.
That's why I compromise the media aspect. That is why.
So Kato will be accepted in that.
That is why immediately when the dinner was announced today, the public has some apprehension as to why the president is now calling the media. Is he going to bribe the media? So because of this kind of a mindset that Kato must be giving. So if you think you must pay the media for being present, then pay for their services. If 3 of them will come to cover it, pay them. So tell all the media, say, send a reporter to cover the event and we pay. I think it's more dignified that way than talking about giving people some cattle. I mean, you don't hear that anywhere in the world about cattle.
What?
That's an Asian approach.
No. Cattle is in many African societies that are seeing.
But it's wrong. But African society have always trained the path that is wrong.
So cattle, that's a trend.
But it's
media
wrong.
journalists go to get in.
Yes,
it's wrong.
Mr. Pewee.
But it's wrong.
If closing argument is sending if closing argument is sending her team, it is closing argument responsibility to transport her people there and back. Yeah. That's how it works.
I agree. I'm not listening.
Okay, and that's how it works.
Discourage it.
Yes, the thing is, if you call me for dinner, okay, I'm coming with an expectation to eat. I know what happens at dinner. So for you to say don't come in looking for food, that's
no. I mean, it was wrong.
Yes. I mean, you said something during the inauguration. I saw people falling out because they almost had heat stroke. There was no water. For me to see where the woman in Linda Greenfield sitting right behind the president, okay, no water. And these people, I mean, while one person died, several people passed out, and then you repeat the same thing. I mean, this one was an indoor event, not even outdoor like the inauguration. This one was an indoor event, and you repeat the same thing. So I want to believe it was because of the fiasco with True FM. And they wanted to do something real fast, and the turnaround time was just not enough to put the logistics together. There's no way you can entertain even 100 people within 24 hours at a sit-down dinner. It's impossible.
Yeah, I agree, basically. But let me disagree with Memphis here on the issue. That journalism is not there.
The Howard Jones, help us asking a question.
Answer that question.
So the right word is cadeau. That's French. I think I forgot cadeau.
It's cadeau. Cadeau.
Yeah, it's free. Yeah, I think our guys got that.
Free. Yeah.
The
French will say, je vais vous donner ça cadeau.
Yes.
So meaning it's going to be absolutely free. It's just something free. It's showing appreciation of you doing something.
Cadeau.
But listen,
that's a gift. The word gift.
Yes.
Cadeau.
Yes, but my point, journalism is not there. Let me get to that first in Liberia. No, I disagree with that. We still got. Yeah, I agree that the organizations, the journalists community facing some challenge in certain quarters. But we have some excellent and very intelligent journalists that are both from the investigative aspect, from the social aspect, from the other side of it. They're very engaged in ensuring that they are the mouthpiece of the country. So it's one thing that we can say here that they are challenged. I agree that there's some issue we need to train some of our journalists. And that's one of the level that we're trying to challenge the PUL to engage a lot of other classes that will expose journalists to other level of specialty, if you will, that most journalists need now to read. And that's one of the things that came about before, particularly from the University of Liberia and other universities. Journalists will have, if you want to go to like the Peter Cook School of Journalism, it's now trying to train journalists to basically engage into what I would call specializing in certain areas. So if you are a journalist trying to do economics, for instance, you go and study economics in a particular area, and then you go and learn journalism. Now, the intent is to the reportage mechanism will have to be there's a process attached to those things and other things, but it's not as challenged as it is that this bad is dead in the country. No, it's just the same people that are keeping it moving. They've been proactive in recent history and all things. They report the story to us. But what we can do is not to say it's dead. How can we help those the intellectual community, like Matthews Dopu and stuff. How can we all help? How can you help in ensuring that we make the institution more competitive than coming out to say it's dead and the rest of that? I mean, we should give them some level of a prop on the back in terms of how we think about the institution. But I agree that the question asked there about this whole, we call it normally Kato or I mean, it's kind of a gratuity process that you give to folks that attend functions, and not intended to buy their opinion. No, not as a piece of whatsoever, as the description in the post. It's just intended to keep us moving and keep the line active. We still have some brilliant liberal journalists in the country.
Mr. George,
both from the political side, all of that.
How can we address this issue where media houses are independent enough to pay their staff so they don't live the way they are living in Liberia? What will it take?
The country is not rich, the country is poor, and then the media institution don't have the kind of where do we get the money? We don't have big industry like here, like the Washington Post. Imagine it's owned by a billionaire. It's owned by the men that own Amazon, right? And the rest of that, and a lot of the different areas, if you will. So
the thing is that all these people that they sign contracts. I mean, I was surprised. Anderson Cooper, that man's been worth over 40 million. I never knew.
And
even though I know they say his mother was rich, but
he's a Vanderbilt. He's a billionaire.
Yeah. And then all the guy show even this.
No, but I'm billionaire, man. He inherited just $2 million from his family.
What you talking about? Name, the Vanderbilt.
Yeah, Vanderbilt.
Even the girl that just was a job MSBC or Joy Reid, she was making millions too. She was contract in the millions.
Even the guy from Fox, I think it's the most paid. Sean Hannity.
All the posts
is one of the best paid now around 25, $30 million a year.
Look, and seriously, right, Mr. Gamer. Honestly, I think I was told that NPR, the radio, they said that the people that watch the show, that listen to the radio, they want to support in that show. You see, like, even our platform there, you know, you think that you get people it's okay. Every time we spend $2, $1, we put it there every day. You put a cash up, they keep it going. That's how people get supported. But if you are thinking, for instance, somebody will give me a story and say, my man, suppress that story. Don't talk about that story that ever used. Come on closing argument and just praise us and defend us there. You know, but people can use a platform to do it, but in America, so if you want you know, like in Liberia, where the guys then will say, well, they'll talk about the story the next day, they write something in your favor. And believe me, I'll tell you guys this, there have been people in government, other people who will be telling my man, the topic you're going to discuss today, please don't you don't tell your man, don't can hard on me. I said that place open. Everybody have their own views. You can't say nobody there. You know, I can't be praising you. They will say, the first people will say, I didn't praising the person. So you go, you steal. Everybody know the country guy, you finish stealing. Then I can't be saying, Sidiki, no. Sidiki, unbeliever. Oh, it was about the money, shut up, man. We know you already. You know, so the people that watch the show, people that come and monitor, they want also to support, to avoid any conflict of bribery, because I've been in Liberia, as Sidiki know it, the journalists then look, nowadays, there people won't be lawmaker, everyone will be journalists the same way. So once you get that journalist bash on you, you put in something to put more, when they say press conference on it, after that, they get us on it. And
it's still a challenge, and that's why for me I would say challenge. I would not say it's challenge.
Our picking, our guy, our boss, something that putting for us. He one of the highest paid journalists in Liberia. Believe me, he one of the highest paid.
Well, 1,000.
1,000? No, but the highest paid.
I just kidding.
No, they say the highest paid. That guy got took by. He making $400 or $500 a month, I think. But most of the guys then.
Oh yeah.
$150 or $150. Some people doing it for free. So they're not getting paid.
Yeah.
When you get a ball. Now we just got a motorbike for him, and he get his pay every month. We pay for his internet, his data. He travel, and when he go places, when the closing argument in that people see him. Now I tell you, over 10 people that I may say they want to hire them. I said, won't get a job, won't get the money to pay you. Oh, some other guys say, but give me wear your badge. I'll do for you free. I can't do it. I can't do it. First thing the mother say, but how come? You know, so
the men see the other man shiny, so they see the other man shiny, so they want to join the
So,
weapon.
Tomalin, when you finish saying all that, then get Jerome.
Before that, when people are going like, bro, people they carry things like jacket, you carry other stuff, phone and all. So it may begin heavy, you see. And then besides that too, there are people that watch the show too who take care of the beginning too. I know 4-5% that watch the show every day. They're sending beginning money. They get them money. They get them things. So that's why the beginning they committed to the job. You see, and I know and the people that's watching the show, some of them very solid. They're not people who show up. I know a particular lady on the watching show every day. She's a nurse, but she take care of the beginning, get them something to pay the way to help them get around. So as a result, people are committed to it. But how many people can afford? How many people? The guys that go all day train in the street, they train hustling for news. They go home, they sit down somewhere, you get them something. You know, what happening is it's challenging though. I feel for them. You see? Everybody have press conference, forget it. You get something from like bring down and they get on you. I told you my experience. I know brother, they call me to LT, they say, okay, go there. I went there, and the man said, oh, put your knee now. I said, for what? Say after the thing, I said, oh no, I said picking. I told my picking, I said, you put your knee there, put your knee down there. Who will go stand for money? I beg about. Hey, no. After when they get them 250 each. I said, oh, beginning that. This is how we're surviving here. You see? But I mean,
yeah, but I have a question for Siliki. You know, I see him just regarding the Kato thing. You know, is this Kato thing new to you? Is that
Siliki? Why
Listen.
I mean, why he picking on you, man?
No, but it's a good question.
Okay.
I think it's not new. I've heard it. As a matter of fact, I trained as a journalist before, many years ago, along with Sam Collins and other guys. But I think those are part of let's look at the context when we reference Kato. It comes with the context of having a connotation of influencing what you report and how you report it. I think with regard to journalism being a noble profession that should serve as a watchdog of society, you want to be careful what give you take from the person on whom you want to report on. And for a long period of time, it has affected our journalism space. You know, when the man with whom you should give the news on become the man who is paying your press, there is a possibility of you being influenced as a result of that. When your duty is now to report the truth, you could be compromising that. That is why we think it's not healthy, it's not good. Now, if there are an approach that the media can use to ensure that the media have to be innovative now. The media have to be innovative. The media will have to increase its play by where people will come. Media have to seek advertisement. Media have to do other things and programs that will give them funding to support its activity. But to suggest that the media will live out of gratuity to the people with whom they have to report and watch on, I do not know how that contradiction can be deconstructed when the man with whom you have to report against become the very man that will tell you, man, go find food to eat, but tomorrow morning meet me so I can give you a school fee for your children, but you have a breaking news on this man. I don't know how you can balance the two. So for me, I'm opposed to Kato.
Yeah, so for me, the reason I asked you that question is because, you know, I was practically involved with the media team of the CPP during the election. And so they Kato thing, some journalists, like when they come for a press conference, they kind of feel entitled to this Kato. And at some point, if you don't give them Kato after the press conference, the next time you're having a press conference, you call it, they're not going to come.
But we got to separate it now. Pay for service, in my view, different Kato. The man came to cover your press conference, he will give the news. Probably that's a private interview, maybe it's not new. That's a different reason, because sometimes too, political parties will want the news to be reported at a certain way, to the extent where they want to somehow dictate the editorial. And in that case, of course, if I have a news outlet, you have to pay. So I think what the newspaper need to do to avoid cattle thing, if the man sends for the cover the press conference and you know that you will not charge him. I have a news outlet to cover a press conference, to put it out there, to put it in my newspaper. You have to pay. At least that was formal. You go through the business, you pay the news, you report the story as per se. You know, the man said it's press release, so it's different. As opposed to, for example, you hear there were some financial malpractice maybe at the Ministry of State. You got the tip off. You went there to cover the story. You got sufficient evidence to report that indeed these things happen. You meet up with the minister involved and say, look, these are evidence I have against XYZ, and I'm going to report them. And then he said, look, the cattle, don't report that. I think those two things are different.
But in most cases, though, this will be my last point. You know, in most cases in Liberia, where cattle that war cattle is used, either and I will agree with you. Like for example, if you have a media institution, you know, and then I call you to cover my press conference as a political party, definitely I should be able to pay for it because at the end of the day,
you don't go on CNN free.
Yeah, but some of the guys, this is what I want you to understand now. They are not from any media institution. They just hold a camera. Someone can even tell them my online TV needs leaky TV. You know,
so that is why you know Citizen holds a lot of press conferences. That is why these things are coordinated. Media institutions are invited. Okay, sometimes you say the press invited. When the press comes, you must have in your director of press who know the press already. Register them as those people who cover the press, know that they're in the media institution. You're not just going to have press conference there because you see camera to your face. Then it means that your media man isn't doing his job, because to a larger extent, as director of press of political parties, you must to some extent know them. You must know almost all the media people in the country to some extent who covering what. When the president from True FM, at least you must know the people. So it should be easy. It should be easy, except you just let, you know, you're just let to see a group of people. So whether the media man, you want to see they play pack.
What you mean by honor? You want
yes, you want to see they play packs.
Okay, no problem. What about CDC?
No, man, it'll be well coordinated, man. It'll be well coordinated.
But the two is everybody get cartoon like bro. All the political
of course. But it's not the culture, but it's an unfortunate part of our culture that is affected media credibility.
Yeah, but those of you who are in the media in Liberia, even those who run the newspaper, the big ones, Front Page Africa, I mean, the guy said it. He said they all rely on advertisement from the government and all of these things. And when time comes, sometimes they decide, like Rodney here would say, they owe him so much money that they even want to use that as a leverage. Hey, my man, we owe you $20,000. We got $10,000 here, but you know, you gotta let his story go and all kinds of stuff. I mean, when I listen to Rodney here and now his protege Leonard Dudu, the same thing. He got the Liberia investigators, and the same thing. You know, they will come to you and do this. But we have to find a way that journalists have to pay their own way. They can't even, like the folks were saying, they were stuck at this dinner. They had no way to get home. I mean, can you imagine Pewee covering an event and he ain't got no keke, he ain't got no motorbike, he ain't got no money to go home, and then they didn't feed him too? Can you imagine? So that's why getting everybody mad. Sidiki over there, Sidiki find his way, you know, it was daytime. He found his way to the ministerial complex, no water, no food. Then when time comes for him to go home, no money to go home, no buses, nothing. By the time you turn around and see the president gone home, so everybody on their own. But we have to find a way. What the American media is doing is by monetizing the advertisement, okay, through the likes and the subscription, through these things, through the different platforms. They get monetized and they make money, and they can afford to pay their employee. Not only that, but they also invest. They didn't make $10 today. They don't spend all 10. They spend 8 and put $2 aside, and gradually they get somewhere. But to see that the person that you want to break the news about controls the news because he wants to pay you. You don't have any means of going home. You go to the dinner, you ain't got no food, you ain't got no way to go home. Then you so break the news on Pewee, and Pewee said, my man, you looking for a ride? Say, yeah, my man, I'm looking for a ride. Okay, let me drop you home. And Pewee that you was so break the news on, drop you home. And then so you get out of your car, he give you $50 notes, and my man go buy something for the kids. This is what's happening. We have to, collectively, we have to find a way to make the news independent. But then another thing that we are having problem with in Liberia is everybody that has some wealth, some modicum of wealth, they building their own radio station, they hiring their own media people. So, I mean, it's very difficult. When the money people in the country have their own media establishment, they don't need you. They don't need the Silikis of the world.
No, but people pay for news. For example, do you know how much people spend on data every day to be either on Facebook or on something? It's because they want news, they want information. So, like I said, in the information age, you must be creative with the kind of media you want to run. You must have a specific audience. You know, I mean, back in the day, you have LBS, they will have entertainment on Saturday, and so a lot of people will go to listen to that entertainment. One business will realize that on Saturday, a lot of people tune in there, they tend to advertise there. So it's all about creativity. I mean, it's a challenging period. Yes, you do not have a strong middle class that should be able to go for these things, but I think with creativity and exploring other means, if you have a media, for example, you have a newspaper, create an online platform, create a blogger page as well that people will follow, that you can monetize, as you rightly said. So you just gotta be able to switch it and do a whole lot of different stuff. If you get a newspaper, you've been running for 10, 20 years, create a training program under your media institution that at least every 3 months you can train young people. They will go and pay something to learn. So I mean, you just have to find ways to create means as opposed to that. And eventually, here's the thing. Eventually, when your paper is considered independent, credible, you will have traffic flowing to it, and eventually you make money. So the first and most important thing for the media is to build that credibility, to build the fan base, to build the listening base. Once you have people flowing to you, eventually you make money out of it. At this point.
Mr. Nyenwolo, Victor, we are talking about the proliferation of media houses, right? Every representative now got their own radio station, got their own TV station, got their own media people they hire. So how do we mitigate this? I mean, it's tough.
Yeah, I think 2 or 3 of the previous speakers have already indicated we don't have the market. That is a problem. Liberian, our buying power, is very limited. But for instance, yes, an institution like this one, I mean, we come here, we sit down here 2, 3, 4 hours. How many advertisements do you see running on this network? You would think our people will bring their products to sell. We have a lot of people on Woodland Avenue in Philadelphia who own little spots here and there. They should be coming here and bringing advertisement to the closing argument, and in Minnesota, other places where they're Liberians. Also, so many people watch this network, but we want to watch it free. I mean, I don't know how many subscribers we have yet. Those are some of the, somebody already indicated that in the chat, it was on the screen. Those are some of the ways I think we can make money. Then, of course, I guess so maybe in the future, the network will look into public relations, events, and hosting major events. Say for instance the 26-day program or something like that, where people can approach the network and say, okay, we're looking for you guys to come and headline or come and be our master of ceremony, but because of because of your reach, people will also be encouraged to come and attend the program, those kind of things. But the bottom line, like I said, it goes to our buying, our buying power. From back home, that's very limited. Over here, at least, we should be encouraged to support, an endeavor as this one. Those of us who are able, for instance, like I said, our business people on this side, I think they should be encouraged, to come in. I mean, you see them, they're buying these spots when people are planning their reunion, homecoming and stuff like that. They buy toothpaste ads here, half page here and there. They should be able to do that here to the closing argument. So look, I'm opening up my store, or I got this business running, I sell African food, I sell, whatever it is, and come and buy ad. That's one of the ways we can also generate money.
Well, real quick, I was asked to sit on the board for the local NPR, and I went to one of the board meetings, and they actually had a branch of international media grants that they gave out. And I was able to approach few of the other agencies as to how they can tap into that. But like somebody said, it needed structure, right? You had to have your organization register, either 501c3, you had to have all your paperwork ready, and then you apply for that grant, okay? And you will be able to get it if you can meet 1, 2, 3. But all the folks that I approach on that, nobody wants to go through the headache of having these things structurally put together so they can be able to tap into other things, because like church, right? You can't live on that offering alone. You got to do other things outside of the offering. So grant here and there, $10,000 here, $20,000 there. These things are things that you do. For me, it comes easy because I worked my whole 10 years of my life with the United Way. That's what we did. So when you tell our Liberian organization, these are the things you have to do to be able to get some of this money so you can do other things. And it just falls on deaf ears because nobody wants to do the hard thing.
Yeah,
they don't.
And you said something earlier.
They don't want to work.
No, but Peabody, they want support because of, for instance, right, like Mr. Nagwe was saying, people doing businesses. People, I saw somebody showing their apartment. They get some place to stay, Airbnb, right? But when you do it for them free, oh man, you can talk about my business. If you say, look, I'll give you $50 every month to mind you to advertise my business, it will help, but they won't do it. They have a program, they want you to for them free. Okay, now somebody will come and say, they'll say, oh, we won't come on your show, but right now the campaign that they're running now, okay. I told somebody come and say, no, if you can come talk 15 minutes, no problem. You want to the whole show, yeah, you pay for it. I mean,
but the thing is, Tomalin, I hope people just believe in instant gratification. Even with what I do every year, going back to these villages and building, well, there's so many people in the country who approach me and say I'm gonna help them build weather to the house. I mean,
I bet it before. That's what you say. I've been with him before, and telling him.
What kind of wickedness is that? This funds we get is allocated for people who live in villages that have access to no drinking water. We pay people to go there and dig the well. I've had hundreds of over 10 Liberians come to me if I can help them build one well to the house because they're building a new house.
Yeah.
What kind of wickedness is that?
So in Liberia, right? That the people our orientation, we have things upside down. Look, if you're bereaved, people expect you to entertain them.
Oh yeah.
They come and from the part of Liberia in front, they put that man down. Some of the people never even drank tea in years. They want to drink tea on that mat, right? They will drink tea in the morning, and then you provide lunch, and then you provide.
But got a new dinner spot 2 times a day.
I got a friend in Rhode Island, Melvin Howard. Just over the last year or so, Melvin was showing me, right? We raised over 150,000 just for Peabody.
Yeah.
By the time somebody died, when he opened the chat room, there. People give more
But
to
that the best charity, that the best way to get Liberia to give.
When our friend he was sick, and then we able to raise. But beside that, when a person sick, they will forget it. They won't do it. By the time you say the person died, then they open the channel ready to contribute. I mean, we backwards. We very backward.
We're backwards. Even look, you having a graduate, your birthday, people come to your house, they string in their arm, they expect you to entertain them. We're not even used to bringing a bottle. You say, my man, little cheap, little something, your birthday, But yeah, it's a time for me to come to your house and enjoy myself. It's so we got it upside down. Politicians in Liberia, we don't want over here. You appeal to the people $5, $1, $2. They give the donation. That had the support. But over there in Liberia, politicians is the other way around. People come to you, they need school fee for their children. Their mom's sick. Their wife is in labor. The child school. It's really, we got things upside down. And so people want to listen to a closing argument free of charge. They expect us to come here. You however you maintain the guys who go out and out of that. They don't want to know. They want to make sure every day at that time they turn it on. You should be on.
And when it's time when the more information
they don't know what we go through.
Yeah, by the internet,
they don't know what we go through. Like Mr. Kidman said, there's a lot of areas you can tap into to get help, but Liberians don't want to go through the hard work of getting a structured organization, register, and everything. They don't want to go through it. When Mr. Gibbon was talking, I told an example. There's a group that I was trying to I tap in New Jersey. They got money. They were giving it out, And several Liberians who had organization, none of the organization were registered. None. No. But yeah, still, they were willing to fill out those papers and go through it and thinking that it will give them money. So other 8, somebody told me, said, Peabody, you tap in, you're doing a great job. I said, but all these people here, I don't do my work like that. I tap in. And all the people who are rushing and nothing they were doing. Some of them sending pictures about 20 bags of rye and feed people to eat and think they were doing something. Everybody that tapped in that stuff, they didn't get a dime. I was the only one that got $10,000 because you know what? The people went behind me and checked the IRS to see when the last time I even paid my taxes with them. They did all of that, and said the only person that did this thing that have 5 taxes every year is Liberian Mission. All the other organizations, they have even even deleted them. Or canceled them.
They revoked their license. That's correct.
Yeah, but they don't want to go through that process. They only want to get the money and just sit there and eat it, or say that But our people the best way you get from the best thing you get from Liberia when somebody dies, they are very generous to donate to dead bodies. Very generous. Like when it comes to dead bodies, Liberians are very generous. That's the only thing you get from them.
Look,
thousands of dollars they will raise it.
I think last year on the same platform, I talk about sanction, right? I talk about sanction here. When I look, somebody tap in the government call me and say, "What are you talking so? You say my sanction me?" I said, oh. I said no. He said no. I watched the show. You said my sanction me. Then I said, I can sanction people. So, but you talk that thing, you hear anything there? You hear anything talking about sanction? You want get me in session too or what? The media did it. They put on session today. Somebody said that they bought fixed electronics. The media is very powerful. Seriously, they can change the narrative for you. Honestly, absolutely. And that's why you see in this country when the election is on here, the people pay for endorsement. I mean, they go for endorsement. People get endorsement here to make sure that they promote their message. When the media said they do a blackout, they do a blackout. But Liberia media, you can't do blackout. You try it, you're going broke. You're going broke. Yeah. When also can say, okay, we're not talking about a particular person. We're just, because we're all in America, so we're really depending on your package. So we can talk all day, But the people in Liberia, they cannot do it. And like people will go so now we try to come to advertise their business there. So they won't do it for, and you I know advertisement in America, you take the second thing because, but guess what? We'll do it for 5-10 minutes. They want to give you 150 and for mono. But they say, but you play all the advertisement. They want you to play for 10 minutes, everything. And and we're struggling. Imagine the point in Liberia what they're going through. Okay, imagine what they're going through in Liberia. They're also we in the USA. But look, if we want a strong media, we just got to help help one another. If like we put a cash out there all day, right? If you're sending this, okay, every week I get $1, say $2. It will help, okay? Because so now we get, for instance, the children on the ground. You say, oh, tomorrow they got to go to Capitol Building. They go to Marshall. Go, the children jump in on motorbike. Now got motorbike, they can make them go faster, but they'll jump in. You'll find way to get there quickly. But it's a challenge, though, and
the guys in the studio, you got to pay them. You got to take care of the gas, the maintenance, the insurance, the registration of the motorbike. All of those things you have to do. And our folks just don't understand business. Okay? Thank God, 2 years ago, I was made a Fula man. My name is.
We're wrapping on, all right? Yeah.
Yeah. My name is Alhaji Jerome Abubakar Ba. That's me, because I know business.
I mean, business is very important, though. You know,
you gotta know business, my people. You gotta know business because we can't look. You got a young man in the studio. Look what time it is in Monrovia, right? They're in the studio. They got a family. They got to travel at night. They have to go home. I know at the end of the month, they call in Dr. Peabody, what you got for me? Okay?
Yeah,
we have to come up with some structure where we can say we raise at least $2,000 a month to take care of our payroll on the ground. We got to do that.
Yeah. If we do that, we'll be all, we'll not miss one breaking news in Liberia because the kids are determined. Look, I was in Liberia, and one of the kids, I met him at the Supreme Court, Myean. And I was driving, and Myean was dressed so morning. Like around 10. That kid was dressed already, moving with his particulars and things to the Supreme Court to cover that. I couldn't go in because I'm not dressed properly, but I saw him. I'm like, wow, these kids ready to commit the time to doing this. And, sometimes we got to help them, but people don't understand. Oh, you're getting. Nobody support coaching acumen. We do that from right here in our own pocket. We do that. Sometimes we have fundraiser online and do it and then pay for different things. We got StreamYard. You got to pay for. You got this one. You got every month. You got to pay for StreamYard. Pay the kid. And stuff like that. And they're doing a good job. To be honest, they're doing a good job. We want to keep this up. So that's why we can talk the way we talk, because we're not in anybody's pocket. They say, oh, they're telling us or restricting us on what to do. So, but our Liberia, we talk about journalists. Even in our churches today, most of the churches are so compromised in Liberia. They want to be on board. They want to be with the political leader. So they rather got no message to give the political leader when they're wrong. You can't tell them they're wrong because you live on them. You're on the payroll. You can't even tell them they're wrong. All you do, you just sit there when you go there. You preach a prosperity a sermon, because when he's leaving, he's going to give you maybe 5,000 or 10,000. So they're disconnected. They're completely disconnected when it comes to the truth and telling somebody the truth in that country. Most of our religious leaders, we saw that every government bring their own people. We saw that in the previous government. I was saying this year. Well, most of the leaders are. I understand one pastor even said this is our time. We were telling the other pastor from the previous regime, this is our time. And I'm like, what? He's telling the other pastors, this is, this and that. So you can't get them. Those are people who should separation of church and state. Those are people who should even be telling the leader as it is, but they can't. The religious advisor, they on board, they this, they that. You dare not to say a word. How can you preach a message with the truth when everything you depend on to put in your pocket? And that's what closing argument is here to stay. We'll make it happen. Well, and to be honest, we have registered closing argument. We got a tax ID. We just need to finalize we don't have a tax ID, but we got the tax ID number. We just need to finalize the tax ID, but also we're in the process of change. Yeah, regime pastor, you're right, Master. Complete regime pastor. They come up there and you're not hear any criticism on the message. And they will not criticize at all. We got a man coming the other day. Maybe when he leave, it's $10,000 coming to the church today. So God bless the Christ. So, even the man is wrong, you can't say nothing. You got no guts to say. To be honest, I give one pastor credit in Liberia, Reverend J. Guided Johnson. He's the focal critic of all the government.
Oh yeah, J. Guided Johnson.
Guided Johnson from that Restoration Baptist Church, I give him credit. He would tell them like it is. Reverend Johnson don't care. He would tell them. I said they put him on several boards and resigned from all. So but the thing is, we are monitored now.
I want Mercy, please help her with our business plans. Show her how to do it. We'll do it. Promise you. Mercy, I beg you, please help us. Show her how to do it. Want our model so we can do it to sustain our platform.
No,
please.
closing argument. We should even be getting money from Facebook because we hit that. We're going almost 32,000 viewers and stuff. I mean, if you look at it, something like it says 1.2 million views in about 4 or 5 days and stuff like that. Even the interview we did with the vice president, we hit almost more than 2 million views. We're going through that interview. Tumini said, "Nope, I'm not going there." I said, "Why?" Tumini said, "If people see you there, they say you're going big for money." I said, "But is that the intent, Tumini? Do you intend to beg for money?" Tumini said, "No." I said, "So let's go. Let's be discreet." And exactly when we entered that hotel, there were a lot of people already sitting there.
Yeah.
So we come in and say, "Oh, man, you gotta who thinking like we're going to beg for, but it's not this Tumini. The best thing we can do, let's do a one-on-one interview with him." Tumini said, "Yeah, that's a great idea." I said, Tumini said, "I'm not going over there. Some people see me, they say I'm going to beg for money." And you're not going to beg for money.
Yeah, it was it on the Megan hustle. If I don't
the men are a friend now.
No, but that night,
Siliki Kroma, you go look for money over there.
That night when the program ended, people and I were chilling, someone chilling, cooling off. While the VP check, he said, "Oh, what you guys there?" We said, "We left that place." He said, "Your account." I said, "No, we went to the hotel for the crap planet there." While we stay chilling, then the chief of staff said, the VP said he wants to see you. So I said, "People, we going there, but we're not going there." But he convinced me one day. I said, "But we are doing interview." Don't he keep on the elevator. He wanted. I said, "No, we got to do it. We got to do it." He said, "Okay, I'll go do it." It happened. So it happened just that way. Because the mentality people got, the minute they see you, they say, "Oh, the person gets on." In fact, let me give you an example. The day when one was spawned to Liberia, let me tell you that story. When we met with President, we after that by the time we came from the place, I don't go to be the papa anymore, but my big senior veteran comrade, he called me. He said, "My man," he said, they give you 100 kill. I said, "What?" He said, "Oh, my man, put on me president and it be the same way." I said, "Oh," he said, they give you 100K. And so our friend and I were all said, it's like Kevin the room around said, they get it mentioned in the high name for all.
Even up to now, people still tell the well Liberia and they get up to the fact.
Nothing happy. So God, when we don't happen, this is all the game. And they think about it, to be honest with you, we were arranged a way that they said it's off record meeting. So and I know then the president told us, okay, as we say one interview, he said, "When I come from Belgium, I will invite you to the place you have an interview with me." and then he put it in the lower why. He said, "When I come back there, we had an interview." So okay. So we said, "But when we're doing it off record, we get talking. We don't get to know each other. Let's talk." And I now know when they close up right there. We know they were closing there because when we say interview, we never got it again, But and that what happens. But people come with their assumption. But we're praying. It's a struggle. The struggle to do this thing we're doing is a struggle, But lastly, before I forget, by popular demand, people have been asking us. So April 14 will make it 46 years since we had our major demonstration in the country. So on April 14, we are planning a show to bring the progressives and then the power folks here.
No, we can't do the 14. We have they already booked the spot. The ANC people have booked the spot for April 14. They paid for it already.
Oh.
So we'll do the interview with them.
You can do a special.
We can do a special, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll do a special for them. So yeah. So we'll be 46 years since they had a demonstration in Liberia. Many people were not living. Sidiki were not even born. Yeah,
Oh,
you're not even thinking about forming you said.
man, go when I even thinking about Siligi.
When
Like
you
which
guys,
one is Finigi?
you,
You,
got 979, you're
You're
not
the
born.
younger. You're the younger in the group. Siliki's
Yeah,
a good kid though.
Siliki,
I like this kid. He's a
that
very
day,
good kid.
our on Easter break. I remember on Easter break when everything happened on an Easter break. I was way down the line in fourth grade. I think, yeah, when that thing happened, we thought it was something like that's a normal thing, but low. But what Bago was trying to tell the people say we should call it the protest. They called the protest. It went off. So maybe the progressive will come here, the Moja, the people will come and tell us what happened that day, where caused it, where went wrong. Because I know there was a exchange between Chairman Matthews and Justice Minister Chessing. They went back and forth with exchanges. And when it came, went low, but then the message all went well and it went off. It was a big thing happening in Liberia. People got killed. And President Toba called for Guinean troops. And President Toure sent troops to Liberia. And people all blame them for they say they started that demonstration and they carried the April 2 and people blame them. So maybe we invite them, other young people who are around to come and tell us what happened that day and explain, and we'll have the discussion, and perhaps we'll know, help us to form our future decision where we are as a country and so forth. But
Victor.
I pray Mr. Victor Nangwe, the senior committee, will help us organize that program.
Yeah, Victor, can you get in touch with Deacon? You got Deacon Carlos' number?
Yeah, I already put out we have a little chat room where we huddle. Over 2 weeks now. I already put the message out. So I think it's onto you, Tomalin. But anyway, I put the message out. You people are designated Deacon, and I think Steve Quickapo and probably myself. But I just I put a word out to see if we can. Alara should be here. I'll try to reach out to him. Probably bring in CB, come to Wisa. I know my brother-in-law Yankwa Cowboy is here. He's not far away from me. So yeah, we'll try to make it happen.
Thank you. Oh yes.
Yeah, we'll try to bring the guys in. So we sit down and have a little discussion. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
That would be nice.
Really nice.
I was telling me on Sunday. They say HB in Liberia, right? In Liberia, in Broville. Yeah.
I don't know, but I know his daughter got elected to the British Parliament not too long ago. He's very proud of that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So, but I don't know whether he's in town or not. But
yeah, I say in here. I home in Broville. That was one of his. It told me.
Yeah.
What happened to George Kier, Dr. Kier?
Kier is in Atlanta, right?
No,
I think he is.
Kier should be in either Michigan, because I know he was at Grand Valley University. I don't know whether he's still the dean for the political science department. I don't know, but he was at. I will ask his friend, not Josh. Not Josh that knows exactly.
Nancy Duopu, you should be part of that discussion. Because you're a former student leader at LU. Nancy Duopu.
Yeah.
But let's give our closing. But it's been a good show. We'll talk a lot today about the serious problem.
But you know what? They begin Myean. I still got $200 for you. But he cash out can only take 4. It can't take $200. So I gotta sell it tomorrow.
You reach your limit.
Yeah, reach your limit. Well, God, all of you guys, thank you so much. The show was great.
The Nima election still on, and we're hearing a lot of stuff on Nima election. We'll talk about it more. There been a lot of stuff going on, but our guys getting ready to go Nima. So Nora, you say you support the guys going Nima. So Nora, please, you say your money will be for politics.
When is the election? Totally in Nima.
April 22nd.
22nd.
So 22nd. So the guys need. How long the guy want to go there?
It will be there for a week. The last week of the election.
So they need lodging and food.
Lodging and food, and so trying to get them there as soon as they get them to cover it. Because I tell you, tension already started there. So they won't.
So how they going though? Are they going with a car?
They're gonna put a motorbike in a car, and then they get there.
Yes. They shouldn't drive it on that road.
No.
Please.
They'll put a motorbike in the car, and then when they get there, they use it. They use it there. Yeah. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we gotta.
So Nora
promised
she said she would. She said she would. I get her money loan. She's a nurse. She's making good money.
Yeah, they got some cheap hotel in Nima, Ganta area.
Yeah, got some nice ones there too.
Thank you, Mr. Yeah, he said he'll be one of the Johns that day. Yeah, but please, let's get the guys in next week.
Absolutely.
Let's cover them.
Absolutely.
Yeah, what happened? Who will win? whether a Koga, a Madam Ware, a Blion, or what other
Well,
guy.
I think we as a media should endorse the crew.
And I endorsement. One thing I
Come
was saying,
on, Chief Tomalin, throw your hat in the ring.
Yeah. Sidiki over here. Sidiki
Throw your weight
big
behind
one.
somebody.
ANC people,
but you're listening, all along during the 2020 election, we were playing neutral. Peabody, all of our only Ben outside, but Peabody, our night were in the middle. We weren't for nobody. We want to vote there. Instead of all come back home, we say we stay like brother. And then what happened? They said, when we got there, they said, oh, then to make it worse, I never forget right? The day that we were doing that dancing, the vice president, he sent me a message. He said, oh, my man, so we are men now. He said, oh, you show your man. I said, my man. As a binary choice on right now. So
no, but a lot of us really thought you were lineal, especially the way Henry Costa was,
No, but before we won the ground, right? It was different, Mr. Nangwe. Honestly, no. When on the at that time, okay, the proper minister now, Ronan Guinea was for UP, Jackie was for UP. Who again? One other guy named Peabody. He was all a guy who he could be very aggressive. He was UP.
Oh yeah, I'm not the guy name.
Ben was Liberty Party, but he was leaning towards CPP everything. But people say accuse us with CPP people, but we were playing our role there. But when the election ended, instead of come home, they say we're taking side, and then and trust me, hunted us. Even the day the president even considered, we wrote and said we congratulate the president elect. They play on our own post, they cross on our post, they attack us. Yeah. And they say, oh, they say that your platform as a CDC platform, that was your platform. And we fight it. I just recently before.
I said people that said tell me I get all $100,000 to join all like people can lie.
So yeah, so that the problem. So Mr. Gilman, Mr. Langwe, I'm taking sir. I'm neutral in the election.
we heard closing argument was the ISO channel. You are eating from Joya and you are eating from Cummings. That's what I heard. ISO.
I can't wait to you can't compete like bro.
It was an experience, right? Look, I remember that first night. Oh man, everybody now had on new clothes.
Wow. Yeah, I don't want already suit. I said it all there. I'm like, honestly, I was like, Timothy, I don't know who brought me this thing. I really don't want to be sitting here. I was sweating in my African clothes.
Because I was there. You say, Tomalin, what is happening in Garguah now? I think the number 10%. Where I think he's clearing our era. The Southeast is being cleared by the CDC. Then he said, Ben, Antilia, what you say? Oh, I can see that the belt, that bombing Cape Man belt, CDC is putting a challenge there. And mind you, we're talking to because the most talking about nowhere. They planted in a war room, no get numbers. We're talking. And
nobody can give you. Yeah, I go weak. Nobody had a number.
Nobody had a number.
But you couldn't look at me. I look out you, but you better not go drink. I'll shoot that hole in the corner.
No, but you got it. That was the last one, right? The last appearance. Mariah said, "I'm going with y'all." They said, "I'm going with y'all." So when we look, they said, "Only the king." She said, "Y'all go. Everything will be fine." Then go down say, "Well, no, you
know." We thought you guys were tapping into the pool watchers, and you were going to. You were going to be.
Number.
You know, in fact, some of us for some reason we thought you had a magic wall and all of that set up.
But man,
you know, and you were going to be
on the CNN.
Exactly, water walk.
I was sitting there with a big African clothes on, all the sweat just coming over.
You know, before the show started, that full appearance, somebody brought two for us, man. They had in one nice place. They brought the food for all.
They can fetch a group of the soul.
They had told everybody guy now. Yeah, I said, I got up my shala, let's go there. Better now. Say what? Nobody coming. No one's coming. Then, but then, what happened? My man Ben. Ben, he looked at me. He said, Tomalin, I just told the Kofa. He said, "A Boga no one know now. He better write concession speech right now." I said, "Oh, blah,
Blah, the hybrid blah."
I said, "What's this?" Oh no, that my lesson when I election, yeah. Seriously.
But
So
Ziggy,
They should tap in the CDC war room, my man.
Oh, I see you don't give up. Who are giving
Who
energy?
y'all asking? Y'all don't tap in the war room.
Oh, what I mean? We are the highest. Everybody, what they give.
Y'all get created a big media friends, big TV, all
My
of
man.
that.
We asking for the number. Mariah said, "What is the number?"
What is the number?
About it?
The numbers are there. The numbers are there.
But even Siddiqui, even the day for the president consider, the president was in a joyous mood. He said, "Tomorrow I will take the lead." Man, you're happy, but now what we're looking at. I think
Tomalin, when an election is called at around 15,000 votes, obviously along the way there are times you feel you're winning. 15,000 vote is now a vote that will come through or one person leading the process. So of course there will be one moment where when some of your vote come in, you have the believe you. Wait, man, that election was very close, man. 15.
Yeah, it was.
That was fraud.
20,000 vote. I mean, in a country of that nature,
fraudulent.
It's not one of those things that you can. So I would think that
we're not free and fair.
I would think the challenge, the party have put up a challenge to the elections result at the time. I would think that the president now considered, and maybe we are going to go through it and see.
The president considered in the presence of your national chairman, the vice tenor barrel.
That should have just been a recount. That's what you guys.
Man, the chairman have gone down there, not fully aware of a considering meeting.
But when the chairman broke down, when the chairman broke down and started to cry, why I said it infinity. The chairman said, he said, when the chairman broke down, I said, huh? No,
that is why this is the frustration. That's why the country is frustrated, because look, you numbers don't lie. When you win an election this close, a significant part of your governance approach will be one to reconcile the country. I mean, and not necessarily to say you will put the other people in the government, we agree. But you take action that trying to minimize the tension, because you really didn't win with a very clear mandate. We agree 51 plus 1 is a win. It makes you the legitimate president of the country. But when a situation like this, you try to mitigate the tension. It should form part of your governance priority. Unfortunately, I think when the guys came to power, maybe the CDC did the same, I don't know, but the guys came with a lot of vengeance. They came with a lot of anger. They were just completely angry. I gave you an example. I had a consultancy work with the Free Port of Monrovia at the time when the guys came to power. Sekou, who is a good guy, and I had a conversation, and he thought that I bring a lot of value, and he thought I should continue. But because, of course, Sekou, he's also an Australian party. The guy was under extreme pressure from the guys from the party that, my man, no way, you can't keep that man near you. To the extent that at one point, because, his sister lives not too far from where my sister lives in the U.S., Sekou's sister.
Oh, really?
So, yeah. So, of course, and she calls my mother, mother. So, that relationship was long existing. Sheikh Douglas as well, that's one of his brothers. So, those relationships existed long, even before Freeport. So, it was natural for us to blend and just catch up, regardless of whatever it was. The guy tells him, my man, the guy calls him, my man. That man will see you, with that city man will see you. So that's how angry the guys were. That's some of us who are very modest and liberal in our political approach. We don't really, use that very hardcore anti-something. But I was surprised. The guy said, and one person name I wouldn't call, but he was there, somebody with whom I ensured that they were taking care of during the citizen regime. The guy asked him, said, my man, ask him, in my presence, do I maintain this man on the payroll as a consultant? He couldn't answer because in behind the house chat room, they have all they just pointed out people with whom they were attacked. And I thought that approach to governance sometimes is always, when you do that, you get on the wrong footing.
No, but you know, and the problem, look, like for Mr. Gayman, Mr. Nangwe, let me say this to you guys. Election, I will anchor up what say, because I give you a typical example, right? It's a place Mr. Cummings, I think, guy office or somewhere he live. Tell me now, and that particular person that they put there, most of his staff voted there, and these people that they maintain get a dirty bread, and they say that particular place, they say the man only got one vote there. I mean, let's be frank. So the man was taking care of your livelihood. You tell me they voted. That what person you say? He say election. He say I think the last election. He say my wife voted against me too because they say my voted for me in my school. I mean, I won't see it. That was fraudulent. I can't post it. That's not free and fair.
But brother Tomalin, my question to you would be this. I agree with you. The first one was a fraud. But what about the second round? Do you think it was a fraud? The second round of the election?
The second round, I'm talking about Mile.
The second round?
Of course.
No, I don't believe that because
man,
the citizen was in control now. The citizen was in control. How is it possible?
I mean, how to talk it because guess what? You know something? Let me give you an example, right? In fact, I was sitting down with our the president when somebody called. They say the people are doing all kind of stuff here, but that I probably had you the governing party. How do you say that people will do that to you? You know, but again, I tell you the truth, right? It was not free and fair. I tell you, anybody will say I'm under why I know it was not free and fair. There's no way coming got 1%. No way. No way.
Yeah, no way. It's a clear, it's a fact.
But Tomalin. Yeah. So this guy, a new guy came. What's his name? The guy who came. Abeton. So where do you think he generated a vote from?
But in fact, let me tell you something. Just last week, me on top Unity Party partisans were talking, officials were talking. But you say, but you know the thing when talking, they say, oh, that. But you say the Ghanaian put the thought that in the country, that what they can do when they did that in all the country. They say you say where Abeton came from. Abeton was used to carry on our mission. But you know, I just sorry that in Liberia we don't forget things. But if I can tell you, the next election won't be like this. People will be very, very careful, mindful now.
No, but I think part of the process require us changing, improving our election process.
What were you guys? You're the strategic people of CDC. You're running. I mean, people blame you today because you.
Yeah, but
good night. I can't be the one cooking the rest. Yeah, me myself. Let everybody eat.
Look.
They have no poor washing on her in some areas.
No.
It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that we.
They were scamming each other. That would do the scamming each other.
No, not that. No,
I think they were overconfident.
No, but citizens never treated a partisan while they were in power for 6 years. Someone a partisan.
That's the point. Look, other people are here. I remember well, I think people you are Charlene Husband with having her husband's birthday.
No, I was on my way to
citizen.
Report. They were talking about the second term. What will happen second term? But the president will focus on the top issue. I mean, look, everyone will be focused on the top. The president said, "My second term, I'll focus on the southeast. I will spend most of my time in the southeast, that corridor. I'll spend my time." He said,
the reality, it's a reality. The reality is that there are a lot of things we could have done better. Honestly, there are a lot of things we could have done better within the party structure, within the general center of the country. But here's the thing, though. When you look at what is unfolding in the country, some of the mistakes the guy make, it makes CDC look like child play. Today, there are more party people crying than even CDC people dead. There have been 2 or 3 attempts of protest at President Bouaga's residence with regard to dissatisfaction. So, let's be honest with you, with the kind of mandate CDC received, 14 out of 15 counties was sufficient of a mandate to have done enough in the country. we allow a lot of opportunity to slip our hands. We learn from it, and but you know, when I see what's happening now, to be honest with you, sometimes I wake up in the morning and we want the president to succeed, to be honest. And so when we wake up in the morning, some of the simple mistakes, the things they do that makes white citizens they load a baby play, and you're like, what the hell did we? I think that's part of the reason why sometimes citizens get angry why Joe we are 10 power over. Because that was a person with whom you're going to 10 power over, then what was the point? You know, except that, you know, when you lose.
So you're saying that your citizen will not take power again?
Yeah.
Citizen, you didn't come out of power still?
Well, I think what is clear is that the Union Party is not going to win the next election.
Okay.
That is clear.
Well, I like to know, and
that is clear.
Tomlin, you can chime me or Ahmed. What was the president's motivation? Because it seems to me like even the chairman did not know the president was about to concede. It's a good thing that he did. Don't get me wrong. I don't think we could afford another drawn out legal battles and other. But he was within reason if he were to challenge the election result. Why did he concede so quickly? You think?
When I look at it, I think for me, I'm convinced. I think the president acted more out of anger, frustration, as opposed to conviction. I think that the issue of conceding is not an act that people just do; it's an act of evaluation of every other process. You know, it's not something that when you hear someone concede because you think you have, you know, so I think one. He had been told long in the process that he was winning the elections.
Yes.
And so when they found out that he could not win, particularly so when the issue of the 15,000 vote statement became continuous repetition, I think he got angry. So in his mind to now hurt those who he thought would have depended on his win more, he thought to concede as opposed to let's look at the facts. And it was also frustrating that I think those who are saying they could win, when he take a breakdown and say, okay, what are the numbers that you base your argument that we won? And maybe they were not sufficiently convincing to him. And so I think he considered out of frustration more than out of conviction. Even when he considered, or while you are considering, the party had already filed series of objection to the Elections Commission. For example, the guys from Nima County. Yeah. The leadership in Nima County have provided very strong evidence to indicate that there were malpractices in Nima, not to mention other counties. And so the party had to withdraw. So I think the president acted more out of frustration and anger as opposed to
I don't know because I know that night he called all the alliance, all the party that endorsed the CDC. He called them that night. And he spoke for about 45 minutes. His last word was when he said, for all indication, I don't think the remaining votes left, I don't think we can surpass the vote that Bugger got. When he said it, right? But before when he spoke, the vice president spoke, the president spoke, it went around the room. Then the chairman of the party, when he spoke, maybe I don't know, but the chairman of the party said, he put a blame. He said, "I take the blame for this election." When he said that, he broke down, you know, and then it became just like a emotional thing. But then I won't call two person in, right? Two person I know were there encourage the president to make the call. I'll tell you that two of the president.
So Tomalin, the meeting you guys went to. You see, there are two kinds of meeting. You go to a meeting where you know that the leader mind is made up and there's the line he wants to take, as opposed to a meeting that says election is over, election will be over in the next few days. These are the results. What will be our is what happened. Now, you know, so it was that one that went to evaluate the situation for which then the decision was taken. I think many of you went to the call, listened, and knew that the president law was to concede.
No. So when NEC gave the result that evening, the margin was round, but we expected the margin to close, right? I remember with either close, maybe it was 12,000 before she gave that result. When she spoke that afternoon, it went to 16,000. The margin widening. So, but then when the president sent for all the group, all were in the room, I think if the president has said, okay, he then addressed and said, well, the National Executive Committee of the party will meet and will meet and deliberate, and then we'll decide what our next course of action. But when the president spoke and the chairman was there, there were two top officials who I won't call the name, but they said, make the call. You gotta make the call. Then the president asked Eugene to make the call. Eugene called, but he couldn't get through. Then he said, he asked the vice president, said, whether Pape call him. I mean, so it happened just like that. Call him.
So I think it was good that if you lost an election, you must.
No, but at least
that's a good thing. But I'm saying,
the party should have said the party as a community should meet to just be a collective decision of the entire party. I think that should have been.
Yeah, of course, the president was obligated to understand what was the basis for the Nima Kante protest with regard to the elections result in Nima. At least in a minimum, they deserve to have been heard, as opposed to other aspects. When you lose an election, you lose an election. Nothing would have changed it, you would have considered. But I think at the end of the day, we're happy that
it's history now. It's history.
Yeah.
I think even
the president now.
The president had more out of anger, frustration, as opposed to.
We're not expecting that call, because I remember when the vice president called him, then she said, "Oh, Honorable Vice President, President, we are about to call you." And apparently, maybe the people tell you, "Why can we call me for what?" We are calling. The president put the phone on speaker when he called him and told him, "Well, the vice president, I think you are won election. I want to congratulate you." He said, yo. Papa said, what? And then somebody told me, say, when he after that, the call was very short. After the call, so the president called, I think the Boga called his people there, I think I'm right there. And he told them they didn't believe it there. They said, we are just considered. They said no, they didn't believe it. They were shocked.
The election was close. It was very close. It was very close. And there would have been anything wrong to have gone to the numbers. I mean, Garguah did it in the United States. He went to the numbers. When elections are close, sometimes you just want to see it play out. But all in all, good for the country. Transition was peaceful. We move ahead and everything.
But in this current government, would there be an easy transition when it comes to them? That looks like it's going to be difficult.
But Peabody, let me answer that question first. Peabody, I'm happy, right? Looking at President Boga, right? That Pape, I think the Pape is already in his 80s. Okay. By the time election over, he'd be around 84, 85. He would have been overwhelmed. And I don't think he want to, if the election is held where the party is not re-elected, whoever running, whether he running or Kun running, whoever running, and the election, he honestly, he would tell, Pape want no headache. I'm sure he will not try to do anything to say what will cause problem, to circumvent the will of the people. No, depending on who wins the election, who wins the election, he won't, because for the fact that right now the place he reached now, he approved everything here. He became president. Where is he want? He retiring now, and I'm sure he'll be well comfortable with remaining life on earth. Okay, so he just want maybe go and find Bummy and relax and enjoy your life now as a former president. I don't think you want to cause trouble where the country will be in chaos because of power-based thing. The first thing you say, President, we are considered, or in NEC declaring him, he get a smooth a transition. So why should I don't think so. Maybe the people around him won't try to do it, but he will make the final call. So I think it will be an easy transition.
I don't think so. I think we many times we underestimated the president Bwaka. At one point, we thought he was very sleepy. We thought he was a sleepy man. He has proven to be a president who is not afraid of chaos. For example, when the Capitol building was on a protest, he went as a son of book of condolence. He's not afraid of chaos. And I think what is going to happen is Braga will concede, I think, when he's convinced and his team around convinced that they lose the election. But to say he will consider election under pressure, I don't think he will do that. I don't think he'll do that. Because look at what's happening in the country, bro. Look at the different pattern. We have not seen reciprocal. He have not been reciprocal in terms of the gesture that was afforded him earlier. I think he's his own man. He's a strong-headed man, regardless of his age. I think he's a man who, when he make his mind up on something, he's able to follow through with it. I think he has demonstrated that with the different chaos that unfolded in the past 2 years. So don't underestimate an old man and say, "Oh, he weak." Because no, you must beat him clearly.
Listen to this. Look, and I'm going to tell you this: Joseph Boakai is president in name only. I was talking to somebody from, I think, the LPP that actually is a partner in the chat room. He said he was shocked that as late as last month, they have begun to plan Joseph Boakai re-election. They don't care whether he agrees or not, because they know he is not running this show. Those who have vested interest, you remember when Nyobli Kanga said, we don't need him to do anything. We will do the talking, we will do the campaigning, we just want to basically use his name and his likeness. That's the same people around now that they have tasted power and have the resources for you to say, Boakai is going to say, I don't want to do it. It won't happen.
But let me say something though. You know, every election cycle comes with its own, like I wrote something to one in the chat room. I said, we'll see a lot of things will happen in the next 4.5 years. Things will happen. And I can tell you now, the same alliance that brought Boakai to power, that alliance already cracked. Let me tell you that, already cracked. Now, that alliance will not hold. What may happen? Siddiqui said, yes, Sonny. If depending on who goes to the runoff, right? I believe if a tail lean emerges to go to the runoff, and that tail lean wins, it will be an easier transition. Because you know the UP, they will feel that if CDC goes to election and CDC win a re-election, win election again, they will maybe try to do something, because it will be like, these guys come in, they come ready to pay their debt. They come in, we treat their guy there. They will not, and number two, they won't care because they run it again for the third term. So they may have that, but that would be the problem though. But I believe if, depending on, let's say if a new candidate emerges and then the person goes to the runoff, and that person still not change, because what may happen? And then I don't mark what I'm saying now. And then if there's a new candidate that in a runoff against a CDC or UP, that candidate will win. Because if they say John Brown goes to the runoff with UP, everybody will put their hope behind John Brown because they want to see UP. They feel, because they'll be having that they all will be mad. If CDC go to runoff, everybody put a runoff on that new person that running against them. So if the CDC and UP are back to the runoff, that we expect to, I'm expecting to see some problem. But if Boakai want to force it, because what we did should serve as an example that we did a smooth transition of transfer of power. He didn't resist. He got challenge the result. But even before he announced, he conceded, and he set up a transition team right away, and it was smooth transition. Okay, so if the two parties goes to the runoff, maybe they'll have a problem there. They want to call, but if the new person emerges at the runoff, one of the parties, that person stands a chance of being the one elected.
Yeah, bro, I want to disagree with you a little bit when you say Boakai is not running the show. Boakai is the one fully in charge. He's the one calling the shots. You cannot point at anybody in the UP government right now and say, okay, this is the go-to person who, like, maybe in the citizen government, you had the name Nathaniel McGill. At some point, you have Finabono. There's one way or other, you know that at least those people could be able to influence, have control. What name are you hearing in there?
Grace Bay.
You don't hear Grace Bay. In fact,
you don't have to hear Grace Bay.
No.
You don't have to hear
I'm coming. In fact, there are times Gracewell feel like an outsider. There are times they feel Gracewell should not even be in that space.
But
Look,
he is in the space.
Everything, because Bouaka wants him there.
But that-
Everything that is happening in the government, particularly so some of those things that are of controversial decision and stuff, I think that the president is aware of. He knows about it. Bouaka is a conservative, come from that background where they keep power to themselves, keep information to themselves. So he's the one in charge. He's the one cutting the shot. He's the one doing everything. So if it is good, it's Bouaka. If it's bad, it's Bouaka 100%.
No, but people, listen though. If you remember during weird time, everybody knew when they say who are in charge. McGill, right? McGill was. But in Bouaka time, you can't pinpoint somebody who they say really they say okay, the person is the one that, because 1 minute you hear they say that Mamaka, when they say that Grace B, 1 minute they say that the person. That person. So right now you can't pinpoint who in Bouaka place the government that will say really on top of things calling a real shot. But we are when you tell okay, McGill was in charge. Everybody was McGill. You say yeah. Where he was in charge. Okay, or now tell McGill got sanctioned, but you were running the show for the first 2 years of the administration. So everybody knew who were the go-to person. But in Bouaka time, and I can tell you, you know I said it for, because somebody who just got suspended by the president. The person was telling me how arguing. But he said, and Gracie got it back. Mama got it back. I said, don't rely on the two of them, because they giving you different information. In fact, when the president took the action, Mamaka and Gracie, no one knew. The person was traveling to Tanzania, I think, when he took that action. And the person came on Facebook and said, that's fake news. That thing they're talking about, they fight, is something that fake news. On the phone, it was real. You see? So who in charge? The person all knew that they thought that this business was so powerful and Mamaka then had a bag. They depended on them. But when the president took that action that morning, the president came on the road and said fake news. But in less than an hour, they took the post down, because why? It was real. So right now, I know who really running the show in the Bouaka government. I know who running the show.
Bouaka himself.
So
I mean, I want to agree. I want to agree with Sidiki when he said.
Thank you, gentlemen, very much. I'm sorry, Sidiki, but I'm exiting. But Tomalin, I'm on that. I'll let you know probably by tomorrow or Saturday.
Yeah, I might go to.
Yeah.
Thank you guys very much.
See you tomorrow, guys.
So
Yeah.
You're finish your thoughts, then we'll go. Sidiki, what you say quickly? What you say for go?
Yeah, basically.
One thought will bring another one again.
No. When I bring I finish. When I finish, I'll go.
No, I wanted to agree with Sidiki when he mentioned that President Weah was frustrated or disappointed that he had to concede. I agree with him, because remember now, after the president conceded, the president used to go to the church where they had a seminary area there. And every time you go there, the president will be attacking the own CDC official. And you will see the real frustration in someone in a church. And at some point, the president even mentioned that, look, I'm not even thinking about running again 2029. To even see President Weah now, talking about 2029 is kind of surprising. So I agree with when you talk about, the president was angry, so he made a decision and all of that. So I agree.
Ziggy, right? Where the president living? Where president he and Bouaka living in the same era. So when you, I saw it before I left Liberia, I saw it, right? They got power on Sunday. When power changed, the whole attention went to Bouaka house. We are also be that traffic was heavy traffic there, but when the result was announced, you will see everybody, all the people there. When they come in, the papa, we are go to Bouaka house now. Attention, everything changed. You see people, they have all the more. So it's like you're looking at everything happening in your eyes. Say what? And how they put so the power has something up.
That is why ultimately in politics you don't see people support as love. No. See people support as one that look up to you for help, for assistance, for direction. So when you see it that way, then you know that these people are here with me because of what I should provide or think decision I should make. And so you want to make the right decision that affect their life. Oh, and that, brother, if you cannot do that, they will switch it. That's what politics is all about. It's not about you, some lovely, Duffy. No, people there because they think that.
Actually, what are you about to stand? Somebody ask you a question. What are you?
I'm a founding member of STAN. an advocacy group, one of the best in Liberia now.
And also remember, he's still a vice president of CDC.
Of course, you didn't ask Bo Ali no question when we were COP and Unity Party. Of course, I am with both organizations because I think both organizations tend to they are different. They do not share the same leadership, but they tend to advocate for the same thing, which is a better Liberia.
So Stan will not change the political party, right?
No. Stan
when I take sign.
Is a auxiliary to CDC because
no, but why would Molu leave the chairmanship of CDC? He resigned. Only to go because auxiliary. He was at the highest level of CDC as chairman.
But they asked him to resign.
You better leave CDC alone.
Wait. Molu was at the highest level of CDC, the chairman of the party.
But they asked Molu to resign. Why won't you to go?
No, Molu was never asked to resign. Molu has 6 more years to serve as chairman of the party. He had just said 1 of 7 years there, and he resigned. So why would Molu want to leave to go be an auxiliary of CDC?
So what if all the parties were blaming him now for the defeat, and then they wanted him to go?
They could not have blamed him. They couldn't. Nobody could have blamed Molu. Molu, if Molu was given the opportunity.
I think Molu enjoyed the support of the partisans, and I think they thought that if the situation had been different, Molu would have been more effective. Molu contributed his best to CDC. I think we will want to remember him for.
You're also trying to recruit Molu. Go after Molu. Molu's a great mobilizer. Instead of you, look at you say no. You see that?
Impossible. Yeah, impossible.
No, impossible. You say impossible.
But wait, how can Molu come from CDC, the biggest opposition party, to go to ANC? What kind of demotion is that?
He's still only 1%.
So Sidiki. So tomorrow, if ANC posts, I'm Molu to recruit Molu.
I swear now.
Oh, remember, I mean, maybe they want a man of service.
Molu got more supporter instinct than ANC.
What?
Okay. That you're going somewhere else now.
So how you recruit a man? Molu got more supporter instinct.
Why they pay the man for consulting?
What mean by that?
Well, the man's he's an expert. He can pay. I'm not a spokesman. I don't know what
I don't say that because if ANC say they need political consultants
but I will agree with you. That people like Molu and the opposition in general should ensure that people like that don't remain idle. Should see how they can tap into his many years of experience as opposed to I think Molu brings a lot to the political discourse. He's a great mobilizer.
That one is true.
So he understands grassroots politics. Anybody got him on. It's better to have Molu as a friend than an enemy.
Oh yeah.
So we hope to see, but for now, I think he's more focused on the advocacy arrangement.
If they in ANC meeting, let me tell you something. Politics is like a professional sport. Right now, right? If I were into election right now, like right now, I will tell anything we're trying to get right now. I will tell any group are coming. Our group, I want to go after all the top political people.
That's CMC?
No, not CMC, man. We'll go after all the top political people that in the country. We'll go after them. If you get, we'll take it for everywhere. What are you man, we'll go after everybody.
So Tomalin, Joe, you see the problem you're getting? Look.
Oh.
The thing is, it's good to go after people, but it's also good to build grassroots structure, brother.
What structure? What structure you want to build again?
You must build grassroots structure in the communities.
What you want to build? What structure you want to build?
No, but I agree with Brother Tomalin, but this is the clarity I wanted to make. Anybody going after Molu right now, if you take Molu, you gain plenty of money. Molu go on the radio and talk for your party. Molu going to defend a record with the CDC. The Liberia will be attacking.
But you see, listen. Molu brings more to a brother than just being on the radio. Molu will help you structure grassroots growth. That's one of his. I think, in fact, that is his greatest strength. Talking on the radio, he's very eloquent, but I don't think that's his greatest strength. His greatest strength is ability to organize people, mobilize people, and that's what party like your party. That's what you need. You need to be organized. You don't need to be in a briefcase or on radio station. You need to be in a community. Build structure. And it takes work.
No, I agree with you. We got a lot of work to do, especially when one person you're gear, it just spoil everything for us.
But Sidiki, what I see you, as the only thing I see you do, you're attacking CDC all day. In politics, Sidiki.
About CDC attacking.
No. On a serious though, ANC. First of all, you remember now, ANC is an offspring of the CDC. Remember that.
Exactly.
So there is a commonality, at least one way or the other. Had the guys in America not changed it, that commonality would have been there, still there. We have a lot of respect for Mr. Cummings. In fact, at some point, CDC through its Secretary General Gerald Koji started building some relationship with the ANC. I would hope that that's part of the things you guys need to do to see how you can cultivate that relationship further. Because sometimes you grow by association. Before you get the win, grow first. So to be able to grow, affiliate with political party who be in the business, who understand the business. And eventually you will get some grace. The grace of CDC could get on you. You can tell. For those of you who put your whole life down and say, "Oh, 2029, you need to do all the things." 2029.
You really attacking opposition friend. Yeah. I mean, you gotta build relationship. I mean, I like you to go dinner go with my family, dinner with my family. But for politics, I will try to get you on board. I know your strength.
So why if Cummings run to become senator for Mosrado County, replacing DeLong?
But wait a minute.
So that decision is entirely up to Cummings.
But wait, don't use it. The man can't run for president.
But listen, the reason why I said it made a path that at least the last president took. He came with all his popularity in 2005, the Labrambo rejected. In 2011, Labrambo rejected. He came down, he went to become senator, and then he created a pathway.
First of all, when will be the election? When?
2029.
So the memory the presidency go for dinner. You see, you want to be denigrating.
No, I'm not denigrating.
No, I'm not denigrating.
But
you're telling me that Cummings should lead the presidency.
So are you saying to me, we're coming to become senator, become pro-10? It doesn't create a platform to effect change in the country.
It doesn't make any difference in a country like Liberia. You have to be in the executive mansion to make a difference. To set the first standard.
Hamed Fofana, the player Cummings and now Cummings only thing he do is run for president, nothing else.
Cummings our papa will work with him. We open.
No problem. We work on any collaboration.
You're
gonna need that 1%.
The Cummings might engage the people are engaging them, stand people.
My man, let's be honest. I think Stan will endorse candidates who represent our value, endorsement along the way, but we do not intend to be a political party,
The guy, man, Mansfield. You got, but Andrew Cuomo, how you taking on the governor position? Yeah, I know, I understand. He going for a lesser job, but Andrew Cuomo was taking on, he resigned under pressure. He took it from there. So you can't compare that thing with what he do.
Cummings, our papa is from our twin party. When the time comes, we will all get in a fishing pot and.
No, but Sidiki, I tell you this, right? For me, if the ANC, I mean, from what I saw during the week, I know, and by the time you say the Cummings not interested in politics again, they'll tell us it a lot, because for the fact that Cummings was able to welcome the partisan back, coming back, he was very actively involved in making endorsement. And he's not somebody who I see who don't have interest in the future, in Liberian political future. I'm sure he had it, but maybe this time around he'll do it a different way. But if I was like in advising him, I would the people in stand, the people in the COP, then I go for all the people now trying to get on that.
The ANC has a very strong, powerful grassroots chairman, Rachel Good. Of course, he's the founding chairman of CDC. He understands grassroots politics.
Who's a very good organizer.
I think that was part of the mistake the ANC made. when they came in, when Guden started the process, they came, oh, Guden corrupt, they took for the Guar. How do you remove the man like Gu?
And who they put there? Nathan.
How do you remove a man like Gu? Who are chairman when y'all got 1%?
Of course.
Not true. No. Siliki pass off before the election, and we had an executive meeting.
But
who was appointed as
but you know what? Because all through along, don't forget that all through along, ANC they were under the banner of the CPP. So Musa was the chairman of CPP. So Musa to the
ANC.
Yeah, but
if Gu was an active chairman of CPP or ANC one, that fight within the CPP, we're not going to last that long. You're going to find a way to resolve it. Two, Cummings was going to either be vice president and then pave the way to become president. Who was going to go for an objective, something to achieve?
Weak chairman. Weak chairman. In fact, the paper he wanted. He said,
Gu is a CDC tree.
But Gu was an executive member. You think all the decisions
lead that team, man.
You think Gu on the picture?
No, but I think Guja got tired. He was with CDC.
No, but the problem is
ANC, so he gets out stick with ANC.
No, but the problem is that Sidiki, don't forget now, the CPP, you guys were other parties. So he won another ANC party. So other people were involved in the decision making process of the CPP. So Guno had that flexibility there. So he was just, and he was appointed few months after the paper died. But I'm telling you, why didn't ANC was formed? Gu was running for chairmanship of CDC in Bombay. When that thing happened, and they ran Buden, Buden got vest. That was Gu, Costa, the president of Nima County, Mepe, all of them, they went and formed the ANC. Because they were not happy what happened in Bombay. When Sidiki then ran, Sidiki ran in beyond, ran out of Bombay. So they went.
Who ran out of Bombay?
Sidiki then ran, they were trying to put Joshua there. You see?
Who ran out of Bombay? I always supported Gu. You know, Gu I almost came together in the CDC around the same time. He's a great guy. I respect him. I hope he can, I hope y'all can give him the chance to build a grassroots party.
Yeah, he's a current chairman.
I can join the process to ensure that the Unity Party does not go for a second term. It will be disastrous for the country. For Unity Party to have a second term, no.
No, UP can. And part of that reason is because I don't believe that Joseph Baga will want to go for the second term. I don't believe so. And Michael can win Torgbean. Even though I'm not a sedition. You see, you can't. It will be a bad strategy to play on victory by default. That Braga will not be there, so we'll win. No.
But I can say this.
That's victory by default.
Even if Braga come out,
so I'm saying even if Braga on a ticket, I don't think Party can win a second term. But
I can say this. If I tell you guys this. If let's say Cummings run election, right? If Cummings entered a run over anybody, he's the next president of Bureau. I can tell you that.
Even against
whether CDC or UP, he's the next president of Bureau. Because you know what happened in a runoff? If he ended with UP, CDC will join him and support him.
Mathematically, that close to 100% increase. So yeah, I mean, when you leave from 1%. When you leave from 1% all the way to around 65%.
99% you got before today your position.
No, I'm saying if Cummings were to go in a run-off with anybody,
he wins.
He could likely win. Of course, when two people go wrong, one person will win. So the point is, the fact that he gets to the run-off suggests that it will indicate that there's a momentum in support for him. So yeah, so at that point, there's anything possible.
How will he get there? The problem is that I tell you the truth. And Sidiki, think about me. If Cummings should enter a runoff with any of the major party, he's the next president. No, but nothing will stop it.
I mean, on the assumption that somebody from zero now get around 45, because to get in the second round, you must have at least be one of the two highest in there, that means momentum has pushed towards the side, and maybe he can get over. So you can tell. But I'm saying to you, what I can predict politically is that the United Party.
They're on strong citizen talking, man and George. That's what I'm telling you. There. I told you that I mean, and man and George represents the views. I mean, a majority of seditions. I'm telling you, what he's saying is the fact that if Cummings enter a second round with UP, sedition they won't hesitate. They will just go there. So I mean, seriously.
No, not just sedition. I think what is evolving in the country now is that, and that's why I was saying that it would have been more effective in a NEMA election. But that's the same thing that says anything but UP. So that is evolving gradually. UP will not be a part of the conversation 2029. So yeah, so I think when it boils down to Cummings and Joseph Boyka, people will want something different.
So even if UP delivers,
and I think if the election went with Cummings and CDC, I think UP people feel more comfortable with Cummings as well.
That's what I say. So his biggest hurdle to get the runoff. But
and that's not for me to ask you, how will he get there?
We'll get there. We're working on
stop it. Don't say that kind of thing.
Working on the ground, we're trying to bring our partisan back.
Oh, you're attacking your opposition friend and you say you're trying to bring partisan back. And you're attacking politics. Politics is low. Politics are not Siddiqui, you gotta forget it. I mean, I'll let you.
Remember recently Cummings appeared on T-Max, and T-Max asking the question, why is it your message is not resonating? And T-Max are kind of trying to make it like the same thing we're doing, and I'm like, Cummings. And he said this clearly. He said, look, T-Max, it's not really about me. This thing about the presidency is not about me. And Cummings may not even run to in 2029. Let's know that. If there is no pathway, no clear pathway, that we can see to get into this election, there'll be maybe the same people will continue that election.
If you do the right thing, the first thing, that whole thing about ANC, USA, ANC Global, you call that thing, have one big global, one global.
Of course, we're working on that.
I think to be frank with you, Cummings since his end, he made a couple of mistakes along the way. A political calculation has just been wrong. For example, pathway to the presidency, Cummings could not openly endorse the CDC. Probably his endorsement with the CDC perhaps would have taken the CDC over. George was going for a last term. 2029 Cummings could be the conversation with the CDC and himself now with the support that we are. So look.
What about principle?
You say about who?
Majority.
What about principle? Like
what principle?
Cummings criticize John.
How can you say Louis Brandon? You bring Louis Brandon and say principle.
It's not about him. That's what I just told you.
So what is the principle? That's my man. You see, you guys.
Principle is I come in now. Principle is I come on the show every day. I say Siddiqui not good. Siddiqui that bad man. Siddiqui is this. Siddiqui is that. He's not fit to be. Then in a dying minute, then I can't say Siddiqui the most qualified person to do the thing. Then who will tell me serious now?
Okay, let me put it. Siddiqui, what I mean in the country here, and Ted Cruz, and all of them, Ted Cruz, Margot Rubio, all of them, they attack Clinton and Trump. Trump said that the manpower involved in JFK death and all. He attacked the men welfare and all. But when politics came to bear, what he did, he supported Trump. Okay, Obama and Hillary Clinton all fighting. When time came, what happened? They supported. Oh, Siddiqui.
You say you're one of the advisors to Cummings?
Who?
No, I mean, and Siddiqui.
The thing is that, but most of ANC people support.
Why are you asking that question?
So don't talk about that thing.
Why are you asking that question?
You reminded me when we were forming CDC. So we talked, and I think that part created a crisis situation in CDC. We took weeks in CDC. Screwed on nothing because we are brought judge. We are on the assumption that this man was very clean, not involved with anything in the war, corruption free, and all of those things. Those were the something on which and so we needed a leader who would represent those values. So that was part of it. And so to form the executive committee that will work along with us, we started screwed on asking people, going in people's personal life, destroying people. The other man he did, the other man he did it. But what we failed to realize was that the majority of the people that were supporting the CDC and Georgia were former combatants, were child soldiers, were people who were destitute people. So we spent months in our organizing committee room. People going for 5 photo on other committee members about things they have done before. They're tearing each other apart. Or later on, I realized that, but this is not going to take us nowhere. So the thing we should have done 1, 2, 3 months, we took almost 6 months fighting internally because we're trying to say the other person not right, the person not good, you ain't even got one yet. So that's the same approach. You can't
for us, it's not like we're trying to kind of put certain people or the CDC in one box. That's not the point here.
That was
the point here is throughout in fact during a whole CPP collaboration, Joseph Baca was not speaking. Une Cummins was speaking. Cummins, Henry Costa, Dillon, and the rest of the other people. So Cummins will go and have a press conference, criticize George Weah, question his leadership ability. And in fact, the last campaign we had to Kakata Magibi, Cummins and his wife, they stood on a stage at they took a rare card, said we're giving President Weah rare card, not to come out to the presidency. Then you come back in the second round. You say you just asking me. What would be a message to Liberian people? That's politics.
So here's the thing.
That politics. What you
are facing George Weah on the other side. You're facing a man who are just taking you to court for fingering. And you say you won. If you don't support what people will not support.
That's why. No, we're not saying Cummins.
But he didn't endorse anybody. He said none of the candidates was.
No, but I think he gave his own reason. What I'm saying is not Cummins. Let's get this clear. Now, come in, brother Tomalin. Let's get this clear. What I'm saying here, everything I'm saying here, is not a justification or it's not an excuse for Cummins. Cummins can speak for himself. But it's just my opinion. It's just my own individual opinion. So for you to say Cummins can support people and he didn't endorse anybody, I think Cummins put up a whole statement out and gave reasons why he was staying neutral. So that is actually different from the.
Hamajet raised an important thing, right? Mm-hmm. These people went in the CPP and they destroy Cummins there. The main character, the man had to bring foreign investigators to come and clear him because the man is on a lot of international boards. He had to respect it. And the man had to let people know that these people are lying on me. What he said I did is not true. And he brought people to come and clear him because he sits on reputable boards, okay? And he respects around the world. So people had to come and do it. The reality is that, as Ricky said, people that try to destroy you, they do all the things to bring you down. And at the end of the day, say those only know, I'll follow my like Councillor Gongloe. He went to a meeting apparently. His party took a decision. He went out, but at the end of the day, he said, well, the party have taken a decision. I'll follow the party to support the UP. But the party remains supreme, right? The party take a decision. So the commission said, well, the party have taken a decision. Majority have said they will go. I'll have no choice but to allow with them. But I will not go campaign with them. But at the idea, I agree with them. So that's what we're trying to say.
Don't get me wrong.
Did you listen?
Coming in well for Liberia. I think he brings a lot on the table. I respect him a lot. But you see, in this game, I'm telling you, you must win to govern, brother. If you don't win, you can have all your expertise, all your whatever. You're not going.
I agree.
And
I
because
I agree. But Siliki, I agree with the guy. I be frank. I agree. You guys play a role in the street. It's not a lie.
no, but we didn't. No. Cummings was not a target.
No, but
here's the truth.
No, but
here's the truth.
Because I remember
ANC decimated CDC. Do you know that? Do you know that ANC came out of CDC?
Yeah, but Siliki, it was not an issue, man.
Why not an issue?
Way back to there. It's not an issue.
No. Come here. Do you know? But listen now. So here's the agenda of ANC. The agenda of ANC formation was to replace the CDC.
Yeah, but okay, Siliki. But
so they came first on the first stage.
So when I saw the reason why CDC helped to destroy the man in 2023.
You got destroyed, man.
Of course, my man.
There was nothing personal.
No, my man. Because I can tell you the truth, right? You know what?
I mean, formed a party at the time to decimate the CDC.
No. But it was our stage was passed. 2023.
Our stage was passed.
The time you're talking about Kumi's already around.
The time you're talking about. So don't be seeing that.
When ANC was established, the men were almost all our countries were fishermen.
My man, come on, man. ANC, come on, man. ANC, I don't come on now with that said. And ANC was not that strong. CDC was still strong. My man, who match CDC?
That's what I'm saying. I agree. So ANC came not to find a space. ANC came to take CDC space. That was the way they played the politics. They did not come as a new kid on the block.
ANC was forms of protest. ANC were forms of protest. They know very well they couldn't beat CDC. They know how to.
What ANC tried to do was to occupy. You see, the space big, create a space, grow your base. But the goal was against the CDC.
All my men for. Yeah, they met. You see, money in line. It's true. You see it.
But I'm not saying I'm admitting to it. I'm saying it was not personal to Cummings. It was as a result of the politics.
No, Ben. Don't put that again, man. When I know that won't happen, that didn't happen. I beg you, Sigi. Don't do that.
It was not personal to Cummings. CDC,
I remember.
CDC never had officially CDC as a political party. Never attacked Cummings as a person.
We're not calling him, but Sigi, I remember. Or tap CDC person told me before election. I say, won't go. Make sure that CPP will not exist. Which is political strategy. So, because let's be frank, the president said, Georgie, the number one goal of CDC to first dismantle CPP because it will allow Baka and Cummings to be together. It will be a tough election for us. So we'll dismantle any.
But you think that was a small fight? You had ANC.
That was smart strategy.
You had a United Party. Cummings was involved in supporting different protests. So how do you allow all of those parties to come on you, bro?
I said so. CDC strategy was a political strategy, which is good. My goal is not to make you comfortable.
And Cummings was the weakest of the links. So
no, because guess what? They infiltrated the CPP. They manipulated people there, and they took them from there and they helped them to destroy the man. All they did. All they did. But guess what? End of the day, the man.
UP destroyed the man more.
The man got more.
I agree with you, Siliki. I agree with you 100%.
The city will tell the city to all. All do tell ANC, they told the city, and they told even worse. In fact, do you know that there are people in cities who believe that ANC was instrumental in causing sanction on the citizen government?
That was, but guess what? Somebody said that to me. I tell them, say, stop it, man. So some people believe that because coming have people in Washington DC for his own benefit. They feed that. So one of my good friends today did he feed that when we talking, he said, my man, that come and put on sanction. I said he that powerful, right? He that powerful to tell America put on sanction.
Yeah, main president.
Yeah. You see?
But the year can have back camera or interview, bro. We don't know who all can go there or not disclose it to the public.
Siliki, come have a part of playing section like bro. He have a part of play. I think
I'm not alluding to that though, but I'm saying that
some people believe it. Some people believe that the man part of that some people believe that way. And you know, Sidiki don't have part like that. Brother, man.
Let's see what happens. For me, I'm not one of those person that banking everything on 2029.
So ANC try to recruit you not go for it. You not go there.
I'm a man.
Political consultant.
Man, I think when I'm in my political party retirement stage now with the CDC.
Yeah, CDC they make well.
No, let's see. When I say political retirement stage, I mean leadership role. I've played leadership role in the CDC since its formation of 2005. I think the CDC have given birth to sufficient young men who are educated, who are indoctrinated enough, are able to take the mentor. So right now, what we're trying to do is to be able to step aside so they can take that forward, take the party forward. And I think when I do that, I don't think I want to go to serve political party and this. I think we can still contribute to the political process of our country in different ways.
I told people I said my time of joining party over. I passed that stage. I'm joining party. Yeah, I only when the time
after you came out renew your membership of CDC, they go down.
No, I went there only for the runoff because I was
you didn't renew your membership?
Oh, a binary choice. And besides that, because I felt that Boca didn't destroy CPP.
I got to ask my man D12 because I think D12 confirmed that you renew your membership.
No, I came back at that moment to support WEA because I felt that it was alternative because Boca didn't destroy the CPP. And number two, whatever I predicted would happen, I see happening now. I knew that the result getting today will be the result. So maybe proud of you. But for me to be active to come back active, man. Seriously, I do a lot of stuff, man. I see a lot of transformation. But I know. But right now,
no, for some of us, we think that the party when we were party leaders, like Jeff Koji was nowhere around. Today, Koji is a very powerful, effective leader. We think, along with most of his colleagues, we think they have grown sufficiently.
You want to talk? You want to talk? Okay, hold on. Somebody want take part.
Nauda.
You live. Go ahead. You live.
He's talking about principle, right? You cannot tell Mr. Cumming what his values are. So you might get up, badmouth Judge Weah all day, or boycott all day, and then when it comes down to it, you make a complete 360-degree switch and say something completely opposite. But you don't know what principle Cummings live by. Personally, when he's in his lonesome by himself, what he thinks, none of us know that. So you can't say that he doesn't have any principles. Maybe those things, his values, are the reason why he didn't come out to endorse CDC or any party.
Siggy.
For you, it might be a mistake. But for him, maybe there are things that he does have value, he holds strong.
Who?
So you would do like Garguah? You would dance with the devil and get what you want.
Oh.
Or maybe Cummings is not that breed.
You see, that's a wrong approach.
I mean, you made the person are talking. The person have not taken part. I don't call. You made the person talk tonight. You really touch a book on nerve to know.
But what did I say? I'm saying.
I understand Mr. Cummings. I understand Mr. Cummings. I support Mr. Cummings. I understand him.
But
I understand. So he make a mistake. Let me tell you something. Cummings is not desperate to be president of Liberia. All of y'all need to understand that. So like Silichi said, if y'all Liberian people, y'all don't want Cummings, CDC and UP will be there in 2029. Cummings will be okay. I'm gone.
Well, what's the sister name again? Tomalin, what's the sister name?
This is my uncle, Neil.
Okay, but Tomalin, listen. You see, making political decisions, strategic political decisions, is not about desperation. So it's Cummings coming up to say to us, he wouldn't work with certain people. But then all of a sudden, we see Cummings building a team around Musa Ability, a team around Louis Brown. You cannot contradict We cannot contradict these things.
When you said that, when the man said what was selling people.
Oh, but that's what she said. She said the man have values. So they values me. Nobody was telling him that when you work with people, it means compromise your value.
He never said that. He never said that.
I'm saying, I'm quoting her. She
never said that the man was selling people.
Said for coming not to have made a decision to have supported any of the SAR, to have done so would have suggest desperation. I said, no. Sometimes you create your pathway to the presidency. How come supported any of the sides? How you go with Bwaka? Probably Bwaka would have been a one-term president. He's the president, coming a vice president. He could likely stand to be the next president after Bwaka. How he endorsed the CDC, we are going for a second term, after which we are could potentially say, look, let's return the favor to coming. So I'm just saying the pathway to sometimes you must cultivate your pathway to the presidency. You can't just say it will happen automatically. You got to put in the work. You got to make decisions.
I did not say that. I didn't say him supporting CDC or Unity Party meant he was desperate. I am saying Cummings is not desperate to be president of Liberia. If you don't want to support him because you think he's made mistakes, nobody's perfect. Then don't support him. The rest of the people will support CDC. The other group will support Unity Party. Both of them will end up in a runoff in 2029. And Liberia will move on without Alexander Cummings. I hear you talking about Cummings should run for senator. Do you know how old Mr. Cummings is? Which will create path for him. You can just be talking out there. I think you don't think. You said run for senator in 2029. It will create path for him to be president. That's what you said, right?
No. I didn't say that. No. I didn't say the senatorialty was a path for him. It would have been a means to also spread.
You said
George took that path. But let's say, how old is Bwaka now before he became president?
It doesn't matter. Bwaka is a different person. That's what I'm trying to say. You don't understand, Mr. Cummings. You don't know Mr. Cummings. You think Bwaka will be running for president when he's 80 years old? Come on, bro.
Well, we thought that Bwaka would now be trying to go for the second term. People now talking about Bwaka.
Different individual. Bwaka is not Alexander Cummings. All the one that may not work hard to get where he is today. Do you really believe in your mind? Know who Alexander Cummings is? At 80 years old, he's still running behind you.
So who is Alexander Cummings now?
Excuse me?
Who is Alexander Cummings that he can't be senator?
But to get a president, how you run senator again? Come on now.
I thought you said he shouldn't be senator again. Which one?
No, let me just state my thought. I asked Sidiki, I said, could Cummings ever consider running as senator for the most popular
person? He doesn't feel like he can make an impact.
I'm sorry?
Sidiki, you tell me, educate me on how the Senate has changed Liberia. You didn't tell me what contribution Alexander Cummings will do when he goes to the Senate that's going to change that country. I got all night for you to explain it to me.
Well, I think part of what has happened in our country is that great men, people of value, people of substance, people who can bring change have not sought the Senate as a path that they could make change. So everybody wants to be president. So I think as a result of that, we elect all kinds of people in the Senate. And so, and I mean the legislature in general, we elect people who should not be there. And as such, their output reflect who they are. So if the contrary was that we're getting people of value, people of certain people who stand for principle, and we're getting sufficient of them in the legislature, I would think they could have made impact. But unfortunately, the reason why we see the legislature as nothing to because at least in a general term, and don't get me wrong, there are some very good people in the Senate and in the legislature, but generally we have not elected our best. So it doesn't look.
But Sidiki, she makes a very salient point. The fact of the matter is that in the legislature, it's all about numbers. And to effect a change, the impact Cummings want to make is that he can't do it for being a senator because he will not have the votes. First of all, the kind of a thing he'll propose there, you'll put forward. The guys they will kick it. They will kick against it. He had the numbers for it. So, but as president, as president, you can make more better impact quickly than to be a senator, because why? You have some latitude, and you have some power as president to do certain things, right? But as a city senator, they will say, the first thing will say, America money, we're gonna beat we'll kick. So he will not make that impact.
Tomalin. I respect the statement. I think coming, like I said, he's a fine gentleman. He brings a lot on the table, at least from what we have heard. I think he could make a good president, I would think, from all of the things we have seen. All I'm saying is this: when you want something politically, you must be intentional.
Yes.
Leave all that there about you desperate when you do that. No, you must be calculative in your actions. That's what I'm saying.
I agree.
I'm saying Cummings is not setting for 6 years to go back 2029. He could have made use of that 6 years either as a vice president or have supported a cause, something he could have piggybacked on 6 years from now. I'm saying you have to calculate. When he's in this game, he's in a game. I don't know what you want to call it, desperation, but I think when you look at the problem in Liberia, you must be desperate to want to change it.
Liberian people, he's nobody. He's not in a game. He's been an outsider from the day he came into Liberian politics. No.
How come he be an outsider when you're chairman of the board for Kakata School there in Wamanasali?
Come on, man, that's nonsense. Chairman of what board? I mean, you can just be talking about him as in a serious player.
Oh, but what you call outsider then?
He's been treated like an outsider.
Oh, he's been treated?
Always make the comments and say the mayor is an elite. He's not one of us. You don't hear the things people can say about him?
Maybe that is politics. Wakami would not have been the first person. It happened to Vani Sharma.
Politics?
Akami, it happened to Vani Sharma. It happened to Councillor Bronsky, the late Councillor Bronsky.
Nobody's talking about Vani Sharma here.
Oh. But
happened to Vani Sharma is the president today?
But he became senator, and at least in a week where he was able to do what he was able to do.
Yeah. Oh, okay. What impact did he make as a senator? That you can really sit out here and boast to me and the Liberian people and say, when Barney Sherman was a senator, he made this impact into their Liberia benefits.
Kehleboe is about numbers game. When you get the numbers in the Senate, the House, you can make an impact there. You only Liberian people say, yeah, that man spoke well, he cared, but beside that, it won't go nowhere. Because your vote will not, you can't put on the table, it won't support it. So as a president, you make an impact because you have an agenda. Okay, you calling the shots there. But so I think that's the reason why.
Let me give the lady a free advice. Let me give her a free.
Exactly.
Let me give you a free advice for Cummings.
Okay.
Cummings must be okay, but I mean I don't know. Okay, but listen, Cummings must be desperate. Cummings must demonstrate to the Liberian people that he has something to. Coming now, listen. He must be intentional. He must be clear. He must demonstrate that he wants to lead a country because he has something to offer. He must make it clear. He must make it clear that among all the Liberians speaking.
You guys even use desperate. You guys even use desperate as something negative.
But sometimes to be desperate now about thing.
But you guys say he was desperate and you use that as something negative. Henry Costa ran a campaign against him and told the Liberian people that Cummings was desperate in a negative
way. Look, I'm not Henry Costa. I've never denigrated Cummings before. I never said anything negative about him. I do not speak negative about any political party. I'm only saying to you, trading out there, that opportunities were lost, and I think you both should change that mentality of saying the other person not no. For you to bring your value to the president, you must first obtain a presidency, and sometimes to do so in a country like Liberia will require you working with people of different backgrounds. Exactly. Let's look at the electorates. The electorate is a composition of different people.
The Liberian people that Cummings work with did not come from different backgrounds.
No, but
all the people that supported Cummings came from America.
No, but listen,
I went to Liberia on the ground. I saw something
But
different.
I believe the 1% give for America.
Okay. The 1% that you get him, the 1% that you, CDC, UP, or whoever, you get him, because that election was fraudulent. You and I both know that, but you can go ahead and be in the Lululand and say something different. All of us know that, but we are Liberians. We are so lazy. We never get to the bottom of anything. Anything that see us, you accept. You're sitting down there, the people rigging election, but because it's for your taste and it's in your favor, you're sitting down, you don't say anything.
So now that Cummings John to support. Let Cummings. Let's now that we have a situation here, the country is going through.
We don't have any situation in Liberia. Liberia is being run right by Joseph Waka. We agree.
Oh, you're not trying to agree to? We agree. We agree.
Oh, we agree. Oh, Liberia has been rescued. There's no situation in Liberia. What are you talking about?
You see, because when the people voted for Joseph Boakai, they didn't vote him to run the country the way he's running. So we can't get angry because they voted him. No, we have an opportunity to change it 6 years from now. So that is why, for example, Cummings.
Last one of us knew. If Boakai had won, we all knew where the country was going.
Well, the majority of those who voted didn't think that way. The majority of those who voted didn't think that way, and we respect the decision. But we have an opportunity to change it. What can you do now? What can we do now as we move towards that time to ensure that we change it? Those should be the conversation. And I will, yeah, that should be the conversation. So I'm not bashing Cummings. I'm not saying anything against Cummings. All I'm saying is that probably the conversation would have been different if Cummings was the one serving as vice president. Maybe he would have got a Boakai a little differently. If
Cummings to be vice president,
if Cummings had endorsed George Weah, probably by this time the conversation will be looking. So Weah, I think I gave you the opportunity. Liberia did not elect you. Gave me the chance now to go, support me to let me go. And
okay, but it didn't happen. It did not happen. So why you keep going back to that?
So what Cummings plans now? Is he going to run 2029?
I have no idea. You have to go ask him.
Oh, okay.
But you can say that we got problem in the country, we're facing problem. Then you're going back to what.
So let me ask you: if you had a choice to advise Cummings, you encourage him to run?
Me?
Yes.
You want to know the truth?
Yes.
I would tell him to run far away from Liberia.
How y'all can give up on your country like that? The kind of advice you give Cummings that made the man lose the election, that he's better or bigger than the country. Why should you run far?
Listen to me. I don't make decisions for Alexander Cummings. He's a grown man. You guys need to understand that Cummings is not a baby. Cummings makes his own decisions.
But how will you your supporter this man? Then you saying you saying that if you're advising you're telling not to run far from the presidency?
Let me explain, because it would be a waste of his time.
I mean, can you predict?
Let me finish talking now.
Okay, go ahead.
Want me to answer the question?
Yeah, go ahead.
It would be a waste of his time. I've been supporting Mr. Cummings since 2015. I have seen what has happened to Cummings since then. Okay? Cummings is not a politician. We all know that. As Siddiqui rightly stated, he not made mistake. Cummings is not perfect, but he's not forgiving for his mistake. I think it would be a waste of time, because the same players that kicked against him in 2017, in 2023, the same players will gang up against him again. It's an uphill battle for him.
But
let me finish now.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's not contingent upon me and my views, but if I were Cummings, I said I was running to be president of Liberia, and I experienced the things that he experienced in Liberia. Honest to God, I will retire with my family and go far away and just leave Liberia where it is. Because honestly, Mr. Cummings is a good man, but a lot of Liberians, the thing that irks me, I hear a lot of people say the man was the best. The man can do this. The man can do that. But then in the same breath, They will go and support somebody that they don't think
okay,
is the best. They will go support somebody that they think can win. But he's the best, but he can't win.
Okay, but listen
How
now.
does he win?
Listen now.
He win because you support him.
Yeah, but listen now.
Because I support him.
But listen
no?
now. Listen.
But there have been era where even in America,
in politics, people when you a struggle or a liberation movement, you can't give up because you try 1-2 times. No, because now yes, it will be the argument now. You should say this. Okay, the UP was there for 12 years. CDC was there for 6 years. UP come back there again. So now you can make arguments about something. I think they have tested, all the parties have been tested. But to say because he tried it 2-3 times and he never succeeded, so he might run far away, I don't think it's the right thing, the right approach.
But that's just my idea.
No, but if you advising him,
but Tomalin,
you're advising you, I mean, people.
But what coming with Tomalin, in all fairness, how people wanted them to create a silver platter. Let's take for example, Madame Salif. Madame Salif wanted to be interim government in Ghana. She was rejected. She came Taylor defeated her before. Howard Train. George Weah, somebody who was getting most of the time paying for the loans. When he wanted to be president, man, a foreigner, he's a Frenchman. He was rejected, defeated by Madame Salif. He went 2011, my man, you're not even got to come to presidency, go to vice president, something. So I mean,
so I don't think if anybody who love your country, Liberia, you love Mr. Cummings, you feel that he's capable, he'll be the best president for Liberia. I don't care how long he tried, as long as he into it, I think we'll support him.
But that's the thing. You guys, you're sitting on your show, you have all these great ideas, you got all this advice. But when Cummings showed up on the scene, none of you guys wanted to support him.
Oh,
Not
no.
only that, some of you voted for him, and you guys did it in secret.
No, I won't clear.
Cummings has some of the best brains surrounding him in the ANC. And I know CPP, I got it.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Someone just talking about the ANC, former chairman. I said, why did he bring their team?
No, but let's be frank. That puppy was weak. Let's be frank. He was weak chairman. He was very weak. He can't even go on. He can't even talk. Had no press conference. He can't even go on.
Replace original Guar thing.
I wouldn't even disagree with that. That puppy was weak. Myself, he's forget first.
Yeah. What? I said, one time we after he said he called. He said, "I will sue you."
Somebody with ANC.
I supported ANC. I voted for ANC the first round.
He supported CDC.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Mama, I have my own. I mean, I don't know who voted for ANC for coming the first round. I mean,
don't listen to him.
You see it? You see? You got and got it so now. No, but I was inactive on the October runoff. I began active.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, I was inactive throughout. Right now,
I understand ANC coming on the show on the 14th April. I hope you can form part of that team or call. I think you are very passionate about Cummings and the ANC.
I will not be on that show. I will not be there.
Why?
Because I don't want to be there. I'm gonna call you tonight.
Okay. I want to be your special guest panel that night.
Sidiki, don't mind this man. You've been sending me invite to come on this show for 1 year or so. That's my first time coming.
So that today
you brought him on the show tonight.
I would love to see her play an active role on the day come ANC will come, because you know more about them. You will ask the hard questions. Some of us will only listen. So I think it would be a good thing for you to come and
Nah, I'll pass.
But we all need to work together to ensure that what is happening in the country does not continue after 2029. I think that's the most important thing.
I'm telling you now, if CDC my kind of power, we gotta do some reform. In the executive committee, you have to reform. Maybe then I will go get all my CDC USA people from 2004. But if I see reform, I would not bring them back.
But on a serious note, the only way you can come to power, you must reform a lot of things.
If you want to reform, that's the thing I see right now. If you want to reform, because guess what? the guy from 2004. They ready to come back.
When you talk about reform, what do you talk? You talk about policy. You talk about individuals. What do you mean when you talk about reform?
Everything you gotta redo that thing. Yeah, you have an election, have a convention that will bring up the represent the party to say that broad-based recognition. Not yeah. You'll bring it up.
There's what I see going to happen in CDC. The new phases, CDC may bring phases on that. Because what's going to happen is that the young people.
You see, my man Chucky saying it. Reform. He said, you follow me if I do reform.
But, yeah, I agree. I mean, reform. I think reform continues to be the major conversation within the party. But
when you in national executive leadership now, so what are you doing? You're the one leading the party.
I think a lot of different approach to reformers.
You have
so one of the major form of reform we want to do is for the party to be able to create a process where the parties themselves can support the party. So I understand it will be launching or being because what?
$1 million drive again.
Can I ask you a question?
$1 million drive.
What's happening in Liberia right now?
Yeah.
So when CDC was in power for 6 years, I've never heard you spoke about what was going on in the country. So what is the urgency? What's happening in Liberia right now that we need to be concerned about?
I did not appear on TCA and other media platform regularly to speak about what happened, but I did give my position on things that happened either through my Facebook page or through other media. I did raise concern about our own governance process when there were challenges in there. I registered that. I talked to people who were in those positions to make changes. So I registered some of the concerns that happened, that things we do, and I offer suggestions that would have done it better. So I feel comfortable, and I feel I have the moral residue to do so now because I did that in Syria. Maybe not on this platform, but on my own platform and other than the records are there. You ask any sedition, in fact, you call the former president now, he will tell you that yes, Siddiqui will state to my face if he can his position on what his position will be on matters. So yeah, it's just about justice. So it's nothing new. It's nothing new. I'm not talking now because I'm so angry. No. I just want Bouaka to do the right thing. I think he had a unique opportunity. He come to the presidency with too much experience not to do the right thing. That's it. Other than that, I wouldn't bother to be having this kind of conversation, Yeah, so you there? Are you there?
It's worse than what was happening when we was president?
I'm sorry?
Do you think what's happening in the country now is worse than what was happening when we was president?
Okay, so let me put it this way. We all went to the presidency, and I will use his own word, as a novice. Believe not to have had all of the sophistication to be president. Bouaka went to the presidency claiming over 30 years of governmental experience. In fact, he had just been one step below the presidency. So he understood the presidency very close before becoming president. The expectation... I'm coming?
I said, do you believe that he had 40 years of experience? Everything you've seen of Joseph Bouaka in the past, I'm not talking about now.
What I'm saying to you, assuming that was not the case, but Bouakai at least had a minimum of 12 years of experience as vice president. So you are one step from the presidency for 12 years, suggesting that he understood government, he knows exactly what to do. He have had at least an appreciated understanding of what the problems in Liberia were. Compared to George Weah, just suck up, won a popular mandate, became president. People weren't too sure of his education and sophistication to lead. When you compare those two people and what is expected of them, the result, the performance result of them, obviously you will tell me they cannot be the same. You will not expect the same performance from a novice as compared to a person who claimed 12 years of experience. That is why then it becomes easier to say Bouakai is more disappointing than we are, considering what he went to the presidency with. That could be the best way I think I can answer that.
I understand your point, and I honestly, I'm not going to sit here and say, I'm not going to trash George Weah, I'm not going to trash Bouakai, okay? Because, I mean, it is what it is. Liberia is where it's at. But if we Liberians are serious, because you told me I gave up on my country, it's not that I've given up on my country. I'm getting older. I don't have time to wait. I don't have time to wait.
So then, let us.
Wait, hold on. Let me finish my thought.
Okay.
I don't have time to waste trying to change something that's fighting me and doesn't want to change. I don't have that time. I don't have the money. I personally, this has nothing to do with communists. It's my view. I would rather take my money and whatever else, go be traveling the world and be enjoying myself than to be worrying about what's going on in Liberia. Because we all want our culture to change. But obviously, we all have different ideas of how we can change Liberia. And obviously, we are not getting the result that we want in our country. Instead of we as Liberian people coming together and say, you know what? This one person is the person that we believe that will change the country. Let's support them. We fight each other. We argue over this. We argue over that. We're doing all these things, wasting time. I'm not interested in doing that.
So let me come in. Look, now, we all want the best for Liberia. So we have a unique opportunity. The next 4.5 years, a lot can happen. So I want to encourage you. Let it be this is my last stand. My last time getting involved. If it doesn't work now, I'm done. So don't give up. I encourage you, next 4.5 years, get active, get involved, and talk to people, engage people, and you can never tell. It could work. It could work. Look, who knew? Look, who knew when Trump left office, when he was being prosecuted, go after thing? Everybody said he was not smart. What was again? I said, everybody said that thing. But you see what? He was resilient. He fought his way back, and he became elected. Okay, so you can never tell what can happen. Next 4 years, a lot can happen. Who knew that Prince Johnson would have been under the chemistry today, so forth. Who knew? And his living in Prince Johnson and death has caused a lot of things to the election of 2029. That man could single-handedly endorse someone and the person win. Had Prince Johnson endorsed Weah a second time, Weah would be president today. There's no excuse about that. Had Prince Johnson supported Weah, Weah would have won Nima overwhelmingly, and he would have been president. What if Bouakai won one contest? There's other contests there. Maryland, Cape Mount Bombing, if Lofa, if Prince had endorsed Weah, he will be president today. But today, coming the next few years from now, PYJ is no more. Okay, there will be a serious issue to find out who will fill that gap. So I think there's an opportunity to say, well, all these things are happening, and besides that, before 2029, a lot of big things will happen. Some people will clear the space, and you never tell what can happen. So I encourage you in this public manner on February on April 10th, 2025. No. I say she might get involved. I say to a particular party. She will join CDC tomorrow and support CDC. You can never tell. But
how can John stand?
We should rescue.
She want to be important. How can join an advocacy group?
No, Okay, what we'll do, we'll redeem the country. We'll redeem the country. We'll redeem the country. So don't give up. I tell my friends, don't give up. Right now, I can tell you who side I will be on tomorrow. I won't lie to you. I can tell you who side I'll be on tomorrow.
Can you support a Union Party?
Huh?
Could you say you don't know what side could you support a Union Party?
I can support them for a lot of reasons. Though. First of all, the Union Party killed CPP. CPP were my hope. And yeah, they killed CPP. Honestly, yeah. I'm more. I'm holding grudge, but I wanted the best for our country. But they killed it. So right now, if I have a possibility, the opportunity to go in CDC and help reform them and make them a better party, that when we came up with the idea to 2004, the idea came away.
What would you like to see reform in CDC?
CDC was an idea. CDC was an idea. People don't understand. It was an idea we came away in 2004. Was an idea. Okay, but people just took it just became along the wayside. It just went different way, and everybody went. But if CDC members then across the country, America and other places get back together, nobody can stand us.
But Tomalin, George, what if all of us had left the party?
No, but the thing is that you guys who are being pushing for the reform too.
But Tomalin, first of all, listen. CDC got established on many different fronts and premises and all of those things. So eventually the party would have formed back. The most important thing with CDC is to be that vibrant institution where every set of the party work in something. But it doesn't happen automatically. We form straight into an election. You form the party straight into an election. After elections, you begin an opposition. So the party will respond to situation every time, different situation at every different time. And some of you guys felt that this is the time that the party is most stable, the party is most, so there's the time that we can leave. Because you know what?
Oh, is it time for you to leave?
Yes, I can leave now.
No, but then you won't leave. Then
when I say leave, I talk about leadership. I'm talking about you can leave because now the party is more organized. Now the party is more structured. The party is more stable. You have men and women who can take over the party now and run it with its ideology. But from the very beginning of the stage, it was just too early. The same thing advising the lady to have just let it. Probably have some of you been there along with some of us. Maybe some of the processes that CDC went through not happen because
you're not late now.
Shooter.
So you're not late now. So now if the party can do, like I said, and the reform is simple. You give a broad-based national executive committee that will be that when that executive committee speak, it won't be. It will never change the fact that as long as it's about CDC, George Guar will mean the arrowhead, right? Everybody knows CDC linked to him. But I see now too, he will be able to do it. Everything will be consensus business. It won't be like everybody else. When we say they want the final, it will be like a consensus. It will be the decision we make on consensus level. When we say okay,
but Tomalin, when you guys left the party, that's what created room for it to be like that because prior to that time, it might have been creeping in, but it wasn't like that. Because here's the thing. There was the party and there were people who were friends of George Weah. The friends of Weah always wanted to have control. So when you guys left, you created room for them to fill in. And eventually it became the way it became. Other than that, if people like you, myself, and many like me have stayed in the party, of course, it would never have gone to a point where it was that.
You must have had a lot of battle behind the scene. It took you years, 21 year old now. The party 21 year old took you years to come to that realization that what you talking. Because what time when I remember. So they cannot forget now.
Well, for in the 21 year, I have not changed.
Yeah, but in the 21 years,
I've been a victim, but I've not changed.
But I remember in 21 years, don't forget, you and I we came a time we're even roommates. And we also have these battles. You know that one, Sidiki?
Of course.
I remember when I'm telling you something, you say, hey, you were there pushing it. I said, Sidiki. And when I thank you, I said, there. Because Sidiki, I saw it from a distance.
Tomalin, I don't regret it.
Yeah.
I don't regret every independent position I took with ensuring and pushing for the institutionalization of the party. I don't regret it.
But
let me tell you something. For CDC to continue to survive, maybe post Guar era, it has no alternative but to be institutionalized. It will have to.
If I can see if they we are wash your hands and say he retire, I don't see it. I don't see it.
You don't see CDC stay as a party?
CDC will not be the party, the one vibrant party. I'm telling you.
No, I think CDC, but listen now. CDC have grown. Okay, let's recognize the fact that Guar has.
So where is it? All the CDC chairmen, and where are they today?
All the CDC chairmen, some of them in United Party.
Okay, well, all CDC chairmen. Let me find out. All the chairmen of CDC, none of them have left and stayed there. Why? That's all.
But that's the hard. No, the people.
Yeah.
When you want to leave CDC, now you must be chairman.
Gerald, the late Gerald named Guar and Saki and where the other guy in Pennsylvania? Where is that? How many man? What the guy named man? You know the guy?
My man, let me be frank with you. After CDC will be stronger. I'm telling you the truth. That party has gone over 20 years. That party have been able to build its own identity. It's beyond an individual. While it is true, Guar has significant influence there, but the party has gone beyond Guar. CDC now has been able to build grassroots. My man, do you know? I come in. Do you know, for example, that CDC leadership structure, minimum leadership structure in Mozambique, about 25,000? You think that Guar made it there?
Of course.
I said the leadership structure in Monserrado County. There's people go to work and call a title. My title is at this Azuno chairman, Azuno Day. You think that Guar made it to do that? Over a period of time, yes, we are like I said.
Through his presence, his influence.
You cannot erase Guar influence.
Yeah.
There are a lot of people who are fan of Guar and so they join the party to support him. But over 20 years, the party has been able to establish itself as a self-political party in the country that goes beyond the influence of a person. It was indicated we are only ran on the party ticket, I think, twice. The other time, Torgbean ran.
When we started CDC was a religion. It was a religion. I'm telling you.
But you don't think it still remains that way?
CDC was a religion. I'm telling you.
But that's why I kept the party together today. Because of that, other than that, listen. Do you know? You got
that has CDC and you got a Guar chance.
But that Guar chance, I don't even let her pay attention to that.
Who told you? It's important. Yeah, go ahead.
Listen.
I'm sorry. I don't want to spoil your CDC talk. It's been really great. Ricky, we've met before, but I will not tell the story yet.
See, I guess you met before.
I know that woman already. Myself, not tell the story yet.
Oh, really? I got a story.
Yeah. I know her now.
But we met in Liberia before, and me and you got into an argument.
I know her now.
Oh. Share with Osman. I guess more.
What about share?
Share small. What argument?
Was it social or political?
It was social.
Okay, let's leave it.
They call him the great digger of Africa.
So that was social. But Tomalin,
yeah.
Do you know when CDC took state power, not more than 6 states or so, not more than 50% of CDC membership was elevated out of poverty. Do you know that?
Oh yes, I agree with that.
Okay, but they still remain to the party. So why do you think keeping them there?
No, because
how can it be Georgia? Georgia was president. Georgia did not help them get out of poverty. He did not change their life as their hope, but they still removed the party.
No, it was true.
Because they still love the people. Just love him.
It was Guar. I mean, Tiki, Guar.
People just love him.
Tiki, don't forget now. Guar, he brought people into. He made people today get them jobs.
I agree. But you said when Guar leave the city, when Guar is out of the CDC after his era, probably I'm sure he's going to run 2029. You say after that USCDC is finished. I'm saying no.
Yeah, but if the party, if there's no reform, the party will be finished. I'll be frank with you. You know, reform.
No,
If the party with me as it is, trust me, man. I'll be frank. I'll be real CDG. Anyway.
If we leave CDC,
CDC going on.
CDC would lose a lot of supporters.
Exactly. Anyway, be a good show, people.
I agree with that.
Be a good show. You're good now, yeah.
Yeah, like, tell me you left politics business. Come and call you.